Numbers, Their Occult Power and Mystic Virtues. By William Wynn Westcott. Preface to the first edition, 1890. 7 years have passed since this essay was written, and the Mizra's pages have been lent to many friends and students of mystic lore and occult meanings. It is only at the earnest request of these kindly critics that I have consented to publish this volume. The contents are necessarily of a fragmentary character, and have been collected from an immense number of sources. The original matter has been intentionally reduced to the least possible quantity, so as to obtain space for the inclusion of the utmost amount of ancient, quaint and occult learning. It is impossible to give even an approximate list of works which have been consulted. Direct quotations have been acknowledged in numerous instances, and, perhaps naturally, many a statement might have been equally well quoted from the book of a contemporary author, a medieval monk, a Roman historian, a Greek poet, or a Hindu adept. To give the credit to the modern author would not be fair to the ancient sage. To refer the reader to a Sanskrit tome would be in most cases only loss of time and waste of paper. My great difficulty has been to supply information mystic enough to match the ideal of the work, and yet not so esoteric as to convey truths which adepts have still concealed. I must apologize for the barbarous appearance of foreign words, but it was not found practicable to supply Sanskrit, Coptic, Chaldean Greek type, so the words have had to be transliterated. Hebrew and Chaldee should of course be read from right to left, and it was at first intended so to print them in their converted form, but the appearance of Hebrew in English letters reversed was too grotesque. Adni is a representation of the Aleph, Daleth, Nun, Yod, of Adonai, but Inda would have been sheer barbarity. In the case of Hebrew words I have often added the pronunciation. The Secret Doctrine of H.P. Blavatsky, a work of erudition containing a vast fund of archaic doctrine, has supplied me with valuable quotations. If any readers desire a deeper insight into the analogies between numbers and ideas, I refer them in addition to the works of Eliphaz Levi, Athanasius Kircher, Godfrey Higgins, Michael Meyer, and John Hayden. I have quoted from each of these authorities, and Thomas Taylor's Theoretic Arithmetic has supplied me with a great part of the purely arithmetical notions of the Pythagoreans, the elucidation of which was mainly due to him. In conclusion, I request my readers aut per legiti rect intellige. Aut abstina censura. W. Wynn Westcott. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Preface to the second edition, 1902. The first edition of this little book has been long out of print, and for several years I have been asked to enlarge it. But until the present time sufficient leisure has not been found to collect the additional matter which seemed desirable. This essay on numbers now appears as Volume 9 of my series entitled Collectanea Hermetica, of which it seems to form a suitable part, and I am hopeful that it may be as well received by students of mystic philosophy as the previous volumes which treated of alchemy, in the Hermetic Arcanum, Hermetic Art, Euphrates and Eshmetzareph, The Dream of Scipio and the Golden Verses of the Pythagoreans, the Pomander of Hermes and Egyptian Magic. I have added in this edition many notes on the notions of the rabbis of Israel, both from those who contributed to the Mishnah and Gemara of the Talmuds of Jerusalem and of Babylon, and from the rabbis who made special study of the Kabalah. Only a few Talmudic treatises have as yet appeared in the English language, and hardly any Kabbalistic tracts, except 3 from the Zohar or Book of Splendor, viz., the Sifrit Seniautha, the Idra Rabbah and the Idra Sutta. A few others are to be read in German and French translations. Many Talmudic and Kabbalistic quotations may, however, be found in J. P. Stihelin's Rabbinical Literature of 1748. In John Allen's Modern Judaism, 1816, and in works on the Kabbalah by Adolf Frank and Christian Ginsburg, while Herzhahn has published Hebraic lore in his Talmudic Miscellany, and Genesis according to the Talmud. The Midrash HaZohar of D. H. Joel, Leipzig, 1849, narrates the relation between the Kabbalah and Platonism, Neoplatonism, Greek philosophy and the Zoroastrian doctrines of the Parsis. Perhaps the oldest extant Kabbalistic book is the Sepher Vetzirah, or Book of Formation, an English translation of which has appeared in 3 editions from the author's own pen. The fundamentals of the numerical Kabbalistic ideas on creation are laid down in that treatise. It has also been printed both in French and German, and there is an American edition. Upon the mathematical aspect of numbers, readers may consult for further detail the works of Gauss, Disquisitions Arithmeticae, 1801, Legendre, Théorie des Nombres, 1830, W. G. O. Smith, Reports on the Theory of Numbers, in the Transactions of the British Association, 1859, James Ozanam, Mathematical Recreations, 1710, translated by Hutton in 1814, Snart, The Power of Numbers. And Barlow's, Investigations of the Theory of Numbers. For further information on Hindu philosophy, see the Theosophical Glossary of H. P. Blavatsky, the works of Tukaram Tatya, and modern translations of the Vedas, Puranas and Upanishads, also Ramaprasad's Nature's Finer Forces. Lamaism in Tibet, 1895, by Dr. Lawrence Austin Waddell, is a very learned work. It contains a vast store of information on the numerical occult lore of the Lamas and Buddhists. Upon Egyptian numbers consult the works of E. A. Wallace Budge, Flinders Petrie, Sir John Gardner Wilkinson, Life in Ancient Egypt, by Adolf Ehrman. And Egyptian Belief, by James Bonwick. Mystics will find much food for thought in the I Ching, a very curious product of ancient Chinese lore. The Gnostic philosophy has a deep numerical basis, and the works of C. W. King and G. R. S. Mead may be suitably studied. Many volumes of Bijou Notes and Queries have been published by S. C. Gould of Manchester, USA, and these are full of numerical ideas. I am prepared to find that critics will declare this volume to be an undigested collection of heterogeneous information, still I prefer to leave the data in their present form. For there is a scheme of instruction running through it, which will be recognized by students of certain schools, and others will be able to find a basis for a general knowledge of numbers viewed from the standpoint of occult science. www. Preface to the 3rd edition, 1911. A few corrections have been made, and interesting notes have been added. Many of these have been supplied by my pupils and fellow students of the Rosicrucian Society. www. Part 1. Pythagoras, his tenets and his followers. Pythagoras, one of the greatest philosophers of ancient Europe, was the son of Nisarchus, an engraver. He was born about the year 580 BC. Either at Samos, an island in the Aegean Sea, or, as some say, at Sidon in Phoenicia. Very little is known of his early life, beyond the fact that he won prizes for feats of agility at the Olympic Games. Having attained manhood and feeling dissatisfied with the amount of knowledge to be gained at home, he left his native land and spent many years in travel, visiting in turn most of the great centers of learning. History narrates that his pilgrimage in search of wisdom extended to Egypt, Hindostan, Persia, Crete and Palestine, and that he gathered from each country fresh stores of information. And succeeded in becoming well acquainted with the esoteric wisdom as well as with the popular exoteric knowledge of each. He returned with his mind well stored and his judgment matured, to his home, intending to open there a college of learning, but this he found to be impracticable owing to the opposition of its turbulent ruler Polycrates. Failing in this design, he migrated to Crotona, a noted city in Magna Graecia, which was a colony founded by Dorians on the south coast of Italy. It was here that this ever-famous philosopher founded his college or society of students, which became known all over the civilized world as the Central Assembly of the Learned of Europe. And here it was in secret conclave that Pythagoras taught that occult wisdom which he had gathered from the gymnosophists and Brahmins of India, from the Hierophants of Egypt, the Oracle of Delphi, the Idaean Cave, and from the Kabbalah of the Hebrew rabbis and Chaldean Magi. For nearly 40 years he taught his pupils, and exhibited his wonderful powers. But an end was put to his institution, and he himself was forced to flee from the city. Owing to a conspiracy and rebellion which arose on account of a quarrel between the people of Crotona and the inhabitants of Sybaris, he succeeded in reaching Metapontum, where he is said to have died about the year 500 B.C. Among the ancient authors from whom we derive our knowledge of the life and doctrines of Pythagoras and his successors, the following are notable. B.C. 450. Herodotus, who speaks of the mysteries of the Pythagoreans as similar to those of Orpheus. B.C. 394. Archytas of Tarentum, who left a fragment upon Pythagorean arithmetic. B.C. 380. Theon of Smyrna. B.C. 370. Philolaus. From 3 books of this author it is believed that Plato compiled his book Timaeus. He was probably the first who committed to writing the doctrines of Pythagoras. B.C. 322. Aristotle. Refer to his Metaphysica, Moralia Magna, and Nicomachean Ethics. Nicomachus of Stagira was his father. B.C. 276. Eratosthenes, author of a work entitled Kokkinon, or Crib-Rum, a sieve to separate prime from composite numbers. B.C. 40. Cicero. Refer to his works De Finibus and De Natura Deorum. 50 A.D., Nicomachus of Gerasa, treatises on arithmetic and harmony. 300 A.D. Porphyry of Tyre, a great philosopher, sometimes named in Syriac, Melech or King, was the pupil of Longinus and Plotinus. 340 A.D. Jamblichus wrote De Mysteriis, De Vita Pythagorica, the arithmetic of Nicomachus of Gerasa, and the theological properties of numbers. 450 A.D. Proclus, in his commentary on the Works and Days of Hesiod, gives information concerning the Pythagorean views of numbers. 560 A.D., Simplicius of Cilicia, a contemporary of Justinian. 850 A.D. Photius of Constantinople has left a bibliotheca of the ideas of the older philosophers. Coming down to more recent times, the following authors should be consulted: Mercius, Johannes, 1620, Meibomius, Marcus, 1650, and Kircher, Athanasius, 1660. They collected and epitomized all that was extant of previous authors concerning the doctrines of the Pythagoreans. The first eminent follower of Pythagoras was Aristeas, who married Theano, the widow of his master. Next followed Nisarchus, the son of Pythagoras, and later Bulagras, Titus, and Diodorus the Aspendian. After the original school was dispersed, the chief instructors became Clinias and Philolaus at Heraclea, Theorides and Eurytus at Metapontum, and Archytas, the sage of Tarentum. The school of Pythagoras had several peculiar characteristics. Every new member was obliged to pass a period of 5 years of contemplation in perfect silence. The members held everything in common, and rejected animal food. They were believers in the doctrine of metempsychosis, and were inspired with an ardent and implicit faith in their founder and teacher. So much did the element of faith enter into their training, that autos epha, he said it, was to them complete proof. Intense fraternal affection between the pupils was also a marked feature of the school. Hence their saying, "My friend is my other self," has become a byword to this day. The teaching was in a great measure secret. And certain studies and knowledge were allotted to each class and grade of instruction. Merit and ability alone sufficed to enable anyone to pass to the higher classes and to a knowledge of the more recondite mysteries. No person was permitted to commit to writing any tenet or secret doctrine, and, so far as is known, no pupil ever broke the rule until after his death and the dispersion of the school. We are thus entirely dependent on the scraps of information which have been handed down to us from his successors, and from his and their critics. A considerable amount of uncertainty, therefore, is inseparable from any consideration of the real doctrines of Pythagoras himself, but we are on surer ground when we investigate the opinions of his followers. It is recorded that his instruction to his followers was formulated into 2 great divisions, the science of numbers and the theory of magnitude. The former division included 2 branches, arithmetic and musical harmony. The latter was further subdivided into the consideration of magnitude at rest, geometry, and magnitude in motion, astronomy. The most striking peculiarities of his doctrines are dependent on the mathematical conceptions, numerical ideas, and impersonations upon which his philosophy was founded. The principles governing numbers were supposed to be the principles of all real existences. And as numbers are the primary constituents of mathematical quantities, and at the same time present many analogies to various realities, it was further inferred that the elements of numbers were the elements of realities. To Pythagoras himself it is believed that the natives of Europe owe the first teaching of the properties of numbers, of the principles of music, and of physics. But there is evidence that he had visited Central Asia, and there had acquired the mathematical ideas which form the basis of his doctrine. The modes of thought introduced by Pythagoras, and followed by his successor Jamblichus and others, became known later on by the titles of the Italian school, or the Doric school. The followers of Pythagoras delivered their knowledge to pupils, fitted by selection and by training to receive it, in secret, but to others by numerical and mathematical names and notions. Hence they called forms, numbers, a point, the monad. A line, the dyad, a superficies, the triad, and a solid, the tetrad. Intuitive knowledge was referred to the monad type. Reason and causation, dyad type. Imagination, form or rupa, triad type. Sensation of material objects, tetrad type. Indeed, they referred every object, planet, man, idea and essence to some number or other, in a way which to most moderns must seem curious and mystical in the highest degree. The numerals of Pythagoras, says Porphyry, who lived about 300 AD, were hieroglyphic symbols, by means whereof he explained all ideas concerning the nature of things, and the same method of explaining the secrets of nature is once again being insisted upon in the new revelation of the Secret Doctrine, by H.P. Blavatsky. Numbers are a key to the ancient views of cosmogony, in its broad sense, spiritually as well as physically considered, and to the evolution of the present human race. All systems of religious mysticism are based upon numerals. The sacredness of numbers begins with the great first cause, the one, and ends only with the naught or zero, symbol of the infinite and boundless universe. Isis Unveiled, Volume 2. 407. Tradition narrates that the students of the Pythagorean school, at first classed as exoterici or auscultantes, listeners, were privileged to rise by merit and ability to the higher grades of genuini, perfecti. Mathematici or the most coveted title of esoterici. Part 2. Pythagorean Views on Numbers. The foundation of Pythagorean mathematics was as follows. The first natural division of numbers is into even and odd, an even number being one which is divisible into two equal parts, without leaving a monad between them. The odd number, when divided into two equal parts, leaves the monad in the middle between the parts. All even numbers also, except the dyad, 2, which is simply two unities, may be divided into two equal parts, and also into two unequal parts, yet so that in neither division will either parity be mingled with imparity, nor imparity with parity. The binary number 2 cannot be divided into two unequal parts. Thus IO divides into 5 and 5, equal parts, also into 3 and 7, both imparities, and into 6 and 4, both parities. And 8 divides into 4 and 4, equals and parities, and into 5 and 3, both imparities. But the odd number is only divisible into uneven parts, and one part is also a parity and the other part an imparity. Thus 7 into 4 and 3, or 5 and 2, in both cases unequal, and odd and even. The ancients also remarked the monad to be odd, and to be the first, odd number, because it cannot be divided into two equal numbers. Another reason they saw was that the monad, added to an even number, became an odd number, but if evens are added to evens the result is an even number. Aristotle, in his Pythagoric treatise, remarks that the monad partakes also of the nature of the even number, because when added to the odd it makes the even, and added to the even the odd is formed. Hence it is called evenly odd. Archytas of Tarentum was of the same opinion. The monad, then, is the first idea of the odd number. And so the Pythagoreans speak of the 2 as the first idea of the indefinite dyad, and attribute the number 2 to that which is indefinite, unknown, and inordinate in the world, just as they adapt the monad to all that is definite and orderly. They noted also that in the series of numbers from unity, the terms are increased each by the monad once added, and so their ratios to each other are lessened, thus 2 is 1 plus 1, or double its predecessor. 3 is not double 2, but 2 and the monad, sesquialter, for to 3 is 3 and the monad, and the ratio is sesquitertian. The sesquiquinton 6 to 5 is less also than its forerunner, the sesquiquarton 5 and 4, and so on through the series. They also noted that every number is 1/2 of the total of the numbers about it, in the natural series, thus 5 is half of 6 and 4. And also of the sum of the numbers again above and below this pair. Thus 5 is also half of 7 and 3, and so on till unity is reached, for the monad alone has not 2 terms, one below and one above, it has one above it only, and hence it is said to be the source of all multitude. Evenly even is another term applied anciently to one sort of even numbers. Such are those which divide into 2 equal parts, and each part divides evenly, and the even division is continued until unity is reached. Such a number is 64. These numbers form a series, in a duple ratio from unity, thus 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. Evenly odd, applied to an even number, points out that like 6, so, 14, and 28, when divided into 2 equal parts, these are found to be indivisible into equal parts. A series of these numbers is formed by doubling the items of a series of odd numbers, thus 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 produce 2, 6, 10, 14, 18. Unevenly even numbers may be parted into 2 equal divisions, and these parts again equally divided, but the process does not proceed until unity is reached. Such numbers are 24 and 28. Odd numbers also are susceptible of being looked upon from 3 points of view, thus. First and incomposite, such are 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 19, 23, 29, 31, no other number measures them but unity. They are not composed of other numbers, but are generated from unity alone. Second and composite are indeed odd, but contain and are composed from other numbers, such are 9, 15, 21, 25, 27, 33, and 39. These have parts which are denominated from a foreign number, or word, as well as proper unity, thus 9 has a third part which is 3, 15 has a third part which is 5, and a fifth part 3. Hence as containing a foreign part, it is called second, and as containing a divisibility, it is composite. The third variety of odd numbers is more complex, and is of itself second and composite, but with reference to another is first and incomposite, such are 9 and 25. These are divisible, each of them that is second and composite, yet have no common measure, thus 3 which divides the 9 does not divide the 25. Odd numbers are sorted out into these 3 classes by a device, called the sieve of Eratosthenes, which is of too complex a nature to form part of a monograph so discursive as this must be. Even numbers have also been divided by the ancient sages into perfect, deficient and superabundant. Superperfect or superabundant are such as 12 and 24. Deficient are such as 8 and 14. Perfect are such as 6 and 28. Equal to the number of their parts, as 28, half is 14, a fourth is 7, a seventh is 4, a 14th part is 2, and the 28th is 1, which quotients added together are 28. In deficient numbers, such as 14, the parts are surpassed by the whole, 1/7 is 2, a half is 7, a 14th is 1, the aggregate is 10, or less than 14. In superabundant, as 12, the whole surpasses the aggregate of its parts. Thus the 6th is 2, a 4th is 3, a 3rd is 4, a half is 6, and a 12th is 1, and the aggregate is 16, or more than 12. Superperfect numbers they looked on as similar to Briareus, the 100-handed giant, his parts were too numerous. The deficient numbers resembled Cyclops, who had but one eye, whilst the perfect numbers have the temperament of a middle limit, and are the emulators of virtue, a medium between excess and defect, not the summit, as some ancients falsely thought. Evil is indeed opposed to evil, but both to one good. Good, however, is never opposed to good, but to two evils. The perfect numbers are also like the virtues, few in number. Whilst the other two classes are like the vices, numerous, inordinate, and indefinite. There is but one perfect number between 1 and 10, that is 6, only one between 10 and 100, that is 28, only one between 100 and 1000, that is 496. And between 1000 and 10,000 only one, that is 8,128. Odd numbers they called gnomons, because, being added to squares, they keep the same figures as in geometry, see Simplicius, Liber 3. A number which is formed by the multiplication of an odd and an even number together they called hermaphrodite, or Arenophilus. In connection with these notes on parity and imparity, definite and indefinite numbers, it is to be noted that the old philosophers were deeply imbued with the union of numerical ideas with nature, in its common acceptation, and also to the natures. Essences or substrata of things. The nature of good to them was definite, that of evil indefinite, and the more indefinite the nature of the evil, the worse it was. Goodness alone can define or bound the indefinite. In the human soul exists a certain vestige of divine goodness, buddhi, this bounds and moderates the indefiniteness and inequality of its desires. It may be demonstrated that all inequality arises from equality, so that obtaining, as it were, the power of a mother and a root, she pours forth with exuberant fertility all sorts of inequality. And did space and time allow, it could be also shown that all inequality may be reduced to equality. Iamblichus, in his treatise on the arithmetic of Nicomachus, throws another light on numbers. He says some are like friends, they are amicable numbers, as 284 and 220. Pythagoras, being asked what a friend was, said tau epsilon rho omicron epsilon gamma omega equals another I. Now this is demonstrated to be the case in these numbers. The parts of each are generative of each other, according to the nature of friendship. Ozanam, a French mathematician, AD 1710, gives examples in his Mathematical Recreations, of such amicable numbers. He remarks that 220 is equal to the sum of the aliquot parts of 284, thus 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 71 plus 142 is equal to 220, and 284 is equal to the sum of the aliquot parts of 220, thus 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 10 plus 11 plus 20 plus 22 plus 44 plus 55 plus 110 is equal to 284. Another such pair of numbers are 17,296 and 18,416. Very curious speculations as to the relation between numbers and marriage, and the character of offspring from it, are to be found scattered through the writings of the philosophers. Plato, in his Republic, has a passage concerning a geometric number, which, divinely generated, will be fortunate or unfortunate. Nicomachus also speaks of this same number, and he calls it the nuptial number. And he passes from it to state that from two good parents only good offspring can come, from two bad parents only bad, and from a good and a bad parent only bad. Whence he warns the Republic against wedlock in a confused or disorderly manner, from which, the progeny being depraved, discord will result. Simplicius, in his commentary on the second book of Aristotle, on the heavens, remarks that Pythagoras and his followers claimed to have heard the music of the spheres, to have heard an harmonic sound produced by the motion of the planets. And from the sound to have calculated by numbers the ratio of distance and size of the Sun, Moon, Venus, and Mercury. To this Aristotle objected, but perhaps the difficulty might be solved. In this sublunary sphere all things are not commensurate, nor is everything sensible to every body alike. Animals can be scented, and their presence definitely known, by dogs when at great distances from them, and when man is in complete ignorance of their existence. Some of the ancients thought the soul had three vehicles, the terrestrial body, an aerial one in which it is punished, and an ethereal one, luminous and celestial, in which the soul abides when in a state of bliss. It may be that someone, by purification of the senses, by hereditary magical power, or by probity, or by the sacred operations of his religion, may perceive, with a terrestrial body laid aside, things imperceptible to us, and hear sounds inaudible to us still in bondage. Or with mantle partly unfolded, some adept or truth-seeker may perceive, with eyes upraised, sights invisible to mortals, whilst yet his ears are deaf to the sounds beyond us both. For why do we see the stars, while yet we hear not their motion? Why come not angels from the realms of glory to visit earth, as in the days of old? Is heaven more distant? Or has earth grown cold? Part 3. The Kabalah on Numbers. Many nations of antiquity made use of the letters of their alphabets as substitutes for any independent signs to typify numerical conceptions. It is with the Hebrew letters as numerals that we are chiefly concerned, and to a smaller extent with the Greek. Ancient records show that the Greeks used their numbers almost exclusively for everyday purposes, while the Jewish rabbis added to their practical value special peculiar purposes, and looked to them to furnish deeper views of nature, existence and doctrine. No doubt can exist that the ancient Egyptians were fully aware of the wondrous mysteries which numbers are able to disclose, so, considering that Greece, and neither Judea nor Babylon, succeeded to the empires of ancient Egypt. It is a curious fact how little knowledge of the dogmas of the Hierophants of Sais, Memphis and Thebes Greek literature has transmitted to us. The Jewish rabbis discovered so much of interest and importance behind the merely superficial value of numbers, and of words as their representatives, that they gradually developed a complete science of numerical conceptions apart from mathematics. This took the name of Kabbalah or Kabbala, Kabbalah, or even Kabbalah, words variously misspelt from QBLH, the received doctrine, from the root QBL, meaning to receive. The Greeks as aforesaid did not develop nor use their letters as numbers for mental conceptions, yet in the Middle Ages we often find Greek letters used to transliterate Hebrew similars. And so there was formed a bastard Greek Kabbalah on the Hebrew type. It must be constantly borne in mind that all Hebrew words or numbers are read from right to left, or the reverse of English words, but in their English transliteration they are here in English order. The corresponding numerals, Greek and Hebrew letters, are here given with their English names, and the English synonymous letters are also added. Note that there were no proper Greek letters for 6, 90, and 900, so they used special symbols, epismen, vav, or bao, digamma, for 6, kappa for 90, and sanpi for 900, final sigma. At some periods the 5 finals were not used for the hundreds, but instead tau was written for 400 and other hundreds added, thus 500 was TQ. Another point of importance is that the Jews never write Jah for 15, because it is a deity title, they use instead 9, 6 thus TV, Taith Vav. The Kabbalists use JH only when they desired to call attention to the holy name in the number. In certain Kabbalistic numerical computations many rabbis deemed it permissible to add an aleph, 1, and this they called the Kollel. In some cases we find the Greeks to have used their letters in direct order for purposes of numeration, as may be seen in some copies of very old poems, the 24 books of Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, for example, in which the stanzas bear the letters consecutively, in a similar manner to the Hebrew letters heading the portions of the 119th Psalm in our Bibles. The word Kabbalah includes the Hebrew doctrines of cosmogony and theology as well as the science of numbers. The former is specified as the dogmatic Kabbalah, the latter as the literal Kabbalah. By means of associating the ancient doctrines of numbers with the letters of the alphabet, the planets, stars, zodiacal signs and other astronomical terms, a form of divination became practiced, by which the professors attempted to foretell the future, life and death, good and evil fortune, detection of theft, etc. An ample explanation of which may be studied by the curious in the Holy Guide of John Hayden. With this system is associated the practice of pure astrology, the divination of fate by means of the heavenly bodies, especially the formation of the so-called horoscopes, schemes of the arrangement of the planets at the moment of birth, from which all the important phases of the life can be inferred, by some few persons. The Kabbalah became a means of handing down from one generation to another hidden truths, religious notions, secrets of nature, ideas of cosmogony, and facts of history, in a form which was unintelligible to the uninitiated. And the revealing of the secrets, and the methods of interpretation were veiled in mystery, and only to be approached through religion. The more practical part of the system was involved in the three processes of Gematria, Notarikon, and Temura. Gematria, a method depending on the fact that each Hebrew letter had a numerical value. When the sum of the numbers of the letters composing a word was the same as the sum of the letters of another word, however different, they perceived an analogy between them, and considered them to have a necessary connection. Thus certain numbers got to be well known as meaning certain things, and not words only, but sentences were treated in this manner, thus, as an example referring to Genesis 18. v. 2, we find the words, and lo, 3 men, Behenna, Shalisha, VHNHSHLSH. This set down in numbers becomes 6, 5, 50, 5, 300, 30, 300, 5, which amount to 701, now the words, these are Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael, Alu Mikhail Gabriel v Raphael, Alu Mikhail Briel v Arpael converted R, 1, 30, 6, 40, 10, 20, 1, 30, 3, 2. 200, 10, 1, 30, 6, 280, 1, 30, also amounting to 701, and the rabbis argued that these two sets of three beings were identical. Some Christian Kabbalists point out that in Genesis 49. v. 10 we find Yeba Shiloh, Yba Shil, Shiloh shall come, which amount to 358, and that the word Messiah, MSHVCH is 40, 300, 2, 8, or 358. But so is also Nachash, the serpent of Moses, NCHSH, 50, 8, 300, and I must remark that the claim to translate SHLH, or, as some ancient Hebrew Mizas write it, SHLH, by Shiloh, in the sense of Jesus Christ, is far-fetched. The word is simply rest or peace, in its simplest meaning, but also is the Scorpio of the Chaldean zodiac, related to Nachash, serpent, and Judah, of whom Jacob is talking in the prophecy, is the sign of the zodiac. Leo for Judah is a lion's whelp, the Chaldean zodiac has a lion couchant, he crouches as a lion. In this sense, then, the scepter shall not depart from Judah, i.e. power shall not leave Leo, until Shelah, Shiloh or Scorpio shall come up or rise. Astronomy teaches that as Leo passes away from the meridian, Scorpio rises. The title, Comforter, Munekim, MNCHM, 40, 50, 8, 40, amounting to 138, and the title, the branch, applied to the Messiah in Zechariah 3. v. 8, namely, TZMCH, 90, 40, 8, also 138, are of the same number. Metatron, the great angel MTHRTHN, and Shaddai SHDI, translated, Almighty, are both 314. The letter Shin, SH, equals 300, is used as a glyph of, the Spirit of the Living Gods, Ruach Elohim Rush Alhm, which transmutes into 200, 6, 8, 1, 30, 5, 10, 40, or 300. The Kabbalists sometimes considered the units to refer to divine beings, the tens to celestial bodies, hundreds to things of earth, and thousands to future events. Notarikon, a word derived from the Latin notarius, a shorthand writer, means the construction of a word from the initial or final letters of the several words of a sentence. Or vice versa, the construction of a sentence of which each word in order begins with the several letters composing a given word, processes of contraction and expansion, therefore. Refer to Deuteronomy XXX. v. 12, and find that Moses asks, who shall go up for us to heaven? The initials of the words of the sentence, MYYOLHLNUHSHMYMH, read, Myola Lenya Hashemima, form the word MYLH or Mila, which means circumcision, and the final letters form the word Jehovah, U or IHVH. Suggesting that Jehovah pointed out the way, by circumcision, to heaven. Again, the first 6 letters of the Book of Genesis, Brashit, Bereshit, translated, in the beginning, but more properly, in wisdom, are the initials of the words Brashit Ra Alam Shyqblu Ishralturh. Read, Bereshit Rawa Elohim Shayakwelu Israel Torah, which mean, in the beginning, God saw that Israel would accept the law. The famous rabbinic name of power, Agla, is formed of the initials of the sentence, Tu potens in seculum domini, adh ber lom adni, ate gibber lulam Adonai. The word Amen is from Amen, the initials of Adonai Melech Naman, Adni Mlk Namn, meaning, the Lord and faithful King. Tamura means permutation. Sometimes the letters of a word are transposed according to certain rules, and with certain limitations. At others each letter of a word is replaced by another according to a definite scheme, forming a new word, of which permutation there are many recognized forms. For example, the alphabet of 22 letters is halved and the 2 sets placed one over the other in reverse order, thus. Then A is changed to T, and V to P, and so on, so Babel equals BBL becomes Shishak, i.e., SHSHX used by Jeremiah 25. V. 26. This form is called at Bash or at BSH. It will be seen that there must be 21 other possible forms, and these were named in order, thus, Albert, Agdat, etc. The complete set was called the combinations of Tsiraf. Other permutations were named rational, right, averse and irregular. These are produced by forming a square and subdividing it by 21 lines in each direction into 484 smaller squares, and then writing in each square a letter in order successively from right to left, or from above down, or the reverse. The most popular mode of permutation has however been the form called Kabalah of the 9 chambers, produced by the intersection of 2 horizontal and 2 vertical lines, forming 9 spaces, a central square, and 4 3-sided figures. And 4 2-sided figures, to each of which are allotted certain letters. There are several modes even of this arrangement, and there is a mystical mode of allotting the Sephiroth to this figure, but this is a Rosicrucian secret. This method is used in a superficial manner in Mark Master Masonry. A further development of the numerical Kabbalah consists of arithmetical processes of extension and contraction, thus Tetragrammaton is considered as Y10, H5, V6, H5, or 26, but also may be spelled in full YVD20, HA6, VV12, HA6, or 44. Again, the Kabbalists extended a number by series. Zain Z or 7 becomes 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7, or 28. After another manner they contracted, as 28 was equal to 2 and 8, or RO. Again, Tetragrammaton 26 became 2 and 6, or 8, so every number was reducible to a primary numeral. In this manner, within certain restrictive laws, every word had analogies with certain others. Thus AB Father 1 and 2 are 3, IHV Ju 10 and 5 and 6 are 21, 2 and 1 are 3. ALSHDI, Al Shaddai, God Almighty, 1, 30, 300, 4, 10, or 345, becomes 12, and then 2 and 1 are 3, HVA or HOA 5, 6, 1, are 12, and then 3. And GDVLH Gedula 3, 4, 6, 30, 5 are 48, and are 12 and 3. Another method of substitution leading to results of an opposite character is the substitution in any word of similar letters of another group, hard for soft, or sibilant for dental. Thus in TM equals perfect, exchange TH for T, and obtain THM, meaning defiled, Shan, secure, tranquil, becomes SAN, battle, SHKL, wisdom, becomes SKL, foolish. In the word Shaddai, Shur, almighty, with soft sibilant and soft dental is Shida, a wife. If we replace with a hard dental, a partial change of meaning is effected, SHTH, Sida, an adulterous wife. Both letters hardened completely change the sense, STH, Seth, a fallen man, a backslider, STHN, Satan, adversary. I cannot, without Hebrew letters, explain well the change of sound in the shin SH, from SH to S, but it is marked by a dot over the right or left tooth of the 3 teeth of the letter. A deep mystery is concealed in the genetic account of the conversion of the names of Abram, Abram, into Abraham, Abrhm, and that of his wife Sarai, Shri, into Sarah, Shrh, see Genesis 17. v. 5-15, on the occasion of the conception of Isaac, Ytzchq or Yshchq, from the root shchq or tzchq, laugh, when Sarah was 90 and Abraham 100 years old. This was on the occasion of the covenant made by Jehovah with Abram, and the institution of circumcision of males in token thereof. Now here we have the addition of an H or 5, the essentially female letter, to the name of Abraham, and a conversion of a Yod into he, Y into H, in the case of Sarah, and then their sterility is destroyed. Some learned men consider Abraham to be a conversion of Brahma, the Hindu deity. The name splits up curiously. AB is father, BR is son, AM is like OM or AUM, a deific name of power, RM meant he is lifted up. Blavatsky remarks that Abraham and Saturn were identical in astrosymbology. The father of the Pharisees was Jehovah, and they were of the seed of Abraham. The number of Abrm is 1, 2, 200, 40 or 243, the number of the man figure, Sir Anpin, representing Microprosopis. Read Pistorius, Ars Kabbalistica, for the effect of adding H5 to men's names, see page 969. Also Inman, Ancient Faiths, Article Abraham, Secret Doctrine, I. 578, 2. 77, also C. W. King, The Gnostics. The name Sarah also has a curious set of similars in Hebrew, SRH, princess, SAR, flesh, SOR, gate, SCHR, black, SUR, hairy seer. SRT, incision, SR and SRR, navel, and note the Sakti of Brahma is Saraswati, watery, Sarah refers to Sri, Lakshmi, Aphrodite, and all are related to water and Luna, Vak, Sophia of the Gnostics, and the ideal Holy Ghost, all feminine. The 243 of Abram becomes 248 by adding H, and Sarai 510 becomes 505 by taking 5 off, putting H for Y, and the total of the two names is unaltered, being 753, 248 is the number of the members of Microprosopis and of RCHM, Rechem or Mercy. Before leaving this subject, a reference must be made to the magic squares, of the planets, etc., to each planet belongs a special unit and secondarily other numbers. Thus the square of Saturn has 3 compartments each way, and in each subdivision is a unit, 1 to 9, so arranged that the columns add up to 15 every way, the total being 45. The square of Jupiter has a side of 4 divisions, total 16. Each line adds up to 34, and the total is 136. The square of Mars is given here as an example, each side 5, total squares 25, each side counting 65, and total 325. 11. 24. 7. 20. 3. 4. 12. 25. 8. 16. 17. 5. 13. 21. 9. 10. 18. 1. 14. 22. 23. 6. 19. 2. 15. Similarly the 4 several numbers of Sol are 6, 36, 111, 666. Of Venus, 7, 49, 175, 1225. Of Mercury, 8, 64, 260, 2080. Of Luna, 9, 81, 369, 3321. Each number then becomes a name. Take the case of Mercury, 64 is alike Dan and Dni, Din and Doni, 260 is Tyriel, Tyriel, and 2080 is Tophthartharath, TPTRTRT. Rawlinson, in his volumes on the ancient monarchies, states that the Chaldeans associated mystic numbers with their deities, thus to Anu, Pluto, 60, Bel, Jupiter, 50, Hoa, Neptune, 40, Sin, the moon, 30, Shamash, the sun, 20, Nergal, Mars, 12. And Beltis or Melita, 15, and Nin is Saturn, 10. It will be noticed that the great number of Sol is 666, called Soreth, Surt, the number of the beast, about which so much folly has been written. One famous square of 5 times 5 divisions, amounting in most directions to 666, is formed of the mystic words Seder, Oripo, Tenet, Opera, Rhodas. Of these the first, third, and last number 666, but Opera and its reverse number only 356. The number 608 is notable, being in Coptic, Phre, the sun 500, 108, and in Greek we find VHS, 408, 200, which becomes IHS in Latin, for the Greek upsilon changes to Y and I in Latin, and so we obtain the anagram of Jesus hominum solvator. Kircher points out a Greek example of magic squares. The names Jesus and Mary, and Isis Maria have a curious relation. Isis is 10, 8, 200, 70, 400, 200 is equal to 888. Now take Maria, 40, 1, 100, 10, 1 is equal to 152. Set 152 in a magic square of 3, i.e. 9 compartments, thus, 1, 5, 2, 5, 2, 1, 2, 1, 5, then the totals are all 888. The letters of Isis also make a magic square of 36 divisions, adding every way to 888. Consult the Arithmologia of Kircher. Remember, Ilias meminit Sibylla de nomina aegis vaticinando, onoma so monades, decades, ekiton tades octo, or nomen tuum 8 unities, 8 denarii, 8 centenarii. See St. Augustine, Delaware Civitate Day. Note the mystic word abraxas is 1, 2, 100, 1, 60, 1, 200 is equal to 365 in Greek letters. As a curiosity, note that the Roman X for 10 is 2 V's, which are each 5, C, or, squarely drawn, for 100 consists of 2 L's which are each 50. Priscian says I for 1 was taken from I in the middle of the Greek Mia, female of EIS, 1, and V for 5 because it was the 5th vowel. To remember Hebrew numerals note A, I, Q equals 1, 10, 100, and in Greek A, I, R, A equals 1, 10, 100, 1000. According to the Canon of 1897, an anonymous work, a Vesica Piscis, the figure formed by the intersection of 2 equal circles, whose dimensions are 26 and 15, is a symbol of the hidden rule or canon by which natural laws were represented to initiates in the secret wisdom of the ancient mysteries. The Greek gods Zeus, Jupiter and Apollo, the sun god, have the same numerical relation. Part 4. The individual numerals. The monad. 1. The number 1 or the monad has been defined by the mathematician Theon of Smyrna as the principle and element of numbers, which while multitude can be lessened by subtraction, is itself deprived of every number and remains stable and firm. Hence as number it is indivisible, it remains immutable, and even multiplied into itself remains itself only, since once 1 is still 1, and the monad multiplied by the monad remains the immutable monad to infinity. It remains by itself among numbers, for no number can be taken from it, or separated from its unity. Proclus observed, the first monad is the world itself, the second is the inerratic sphere. Then thirdly succeed the spheres of the planets, each a unity, then lastly are the spheres of the elements which are also monads, and these as they have a perpetual subsistence are called wholenesses, holotetes in Greek. The monad, unity, or the number 1 received very numerous meanings. Photius tells us that the Pythagoreans gave it the following names. 1. God, the first of all things, the maker of all things. 2. Intellect, the source of all ideas. 3. Male and female, both together produce all things, from the odd proceed both odd and even. 4. Matter, the last development of universality. 5. Chaos, which resembles the infinite, indifferentiation. 6. Confusion. 7. Commixtion. 8. Obscurity, because in the ineffable principle of things, of which it is the image, all is confused, vague and in darkness. 9. A chasm, as a void. 10. Tartarus, from its being at the lowest extremity, is dissimilarly similar to God, at the highest end of the series. 11. The Styx, from its immutable nature. 12. Horror, the ineffable, is perfectly unknown and is therefore terrible. 13. Void of mixture, from the simplicity of the nature of the ineffable. 14. Lethe, oblivion, ignorance. 15. A virgin, from the purity of its nature. 16. Atlas, it connects, supports, and separates all things. 17. The Sunday. 18. Apollo. 19. Pyralios, dweller in fire. 20. Morpho. 21. The axis. 22. Vesta, or the fire in the center of the earth. 23. Spermatic reason. 24. The point within a circle, the central fire deity. The lingam, an upright pillar, was its Hindoo symbol. The monad being esteemed the father of numbers is the reason for the universal prejudice in favor of odd numbers over even ones, which are but copies of the first even number, the dyad, or universal mother. The father being more esteemed than the mother, for might. Odd numbers were given to the greater gods, and even ones to the inferior and terrestrial deities. The number 1 is represented in the Roman and Arabic systems, by an upright simple line, but in many old systems whose numerals were their letters, we find that almost universally the letter A, from being chosen to commence the set of letters, had the task of representing the monad. In numeration, note that the Romans began with lines 1, 2, 3, I, and then followed the acute angle V for 5, then for 10 this was doubled X, for 50 the angle was laid down and became L, for 100, 2 50s, 1 inverted became C. For 500 C and L became D. Hermias, the Christian philosopher, author of Ridicule of the Gentile Philosophers, quotes from the Pythagoreans, the monad is the beginning of all things, archi ton panton he monas. The figure of 1 signifies identity, equality, existence and preservation, it signifies living man, alone among animals, erect. On adding a head we make of it P, the sign of creative power, paternity, phallus, Pan, the Greek gods and Priapus, all commencing with the vocable P. Another dash added, and we have man walking, advancing, with foot set forward, in the letter R, which signifies fens, ituris, or advancing. Compare unity, solus, alone, the unique principle of good. With soul, Son God, the emblem of supreme power, and they are identical. The Hebrew word for one is achd, Akkad, and it is often put for God. God's one voice to man is the Bath Kol, the echo or daughter of the divine voice. The Talmud in Barakoth 6. 1 says that the Shekinah shall rest even upon one who studies the law. 1 pang of remorse is of more avail for reformation than many stripes. 1 thing obtained with difficulty is more valued than 100 obtained with ease. Talmud. It is indiscreet for one man to sleep in a house alone, for fear that he may be attacked by Lilith, who was said to have been Adam's first wife. She is the night spectre, and has also power over newly born infants who are not protected by an amulet. Rabbi Nathan exhorted, "Repent one day before thy death," a wise maxim inculcating the duty of being ever prepared. Every day some advance in knowledge and goodness should be attained. Ever work and ever pray, for the road winds upward all the way, as the Lord Buddha taught in ancient India. The Dyad. 2. As was the case with the monad, so the dyad also was said to represent a large number of different objects and ideas, things indeed so dissimilar that it is difficult to understand how such multiplicity of opinion arose. And first it is the general opposite to the monad, the cause of dissimilitude, the interval between multitude and the monad. Of figures, those which are characterized by equality in sameness have relation to the monad. But those in which inequality and difference predominate are allied to the dyad. Monad and dyad are also called bound and infinity. 1. It was called audacity, from its being the earliest number to separate itself from the Divine One. From the adytum of God-nourished silence, as the Chaldean oracles say. 2. It was called matter, as being definite and the cause of bulk and division. 3. It is called the interval between multitude and the monad, because it is not yet perfect multitude, but is prurient with it. Of this we see an image in the dyad of arithmetic, for, as Proclus observes, the dyad is the medium between unity in number, for unity by addition produces more than by multiplication, but number by addition produces less than by multiplication. Whilst the dyad, whether added to itself or multiplied by itself, produces the same. 4. Fountain of symphony, and harmony. 5. Erito, because it attracts the monad, like love, and another number is formed. 6. Patience, because it is the first number that endures separation from the monad. 7. Fans, or intelligible intellect. 8. It is the fountain of all female divinities, and hence nature, Rhea and Isis. 9. Cupid, just as Erito, from desiring its opposite for a partner. In astronomy, we speak of two nodes, Caput and Cauda Draconis, and in astrology of two aspects of the planets, benefic and malefic. The two pillars Ikin and Boz at the entrance of King Solomon's temple are notable symbols of strength and stability. They are comparable to the two beings, Kratos and Bia, who appear in the play by Aeschylus, as a male and a female potency, who bind Prometheus. The Chinese speak of blue as the color of heaven, because made up of red, male, and black, female. Of the active and the passive, the brilliant and the obscure. The followers of Pythagoras spoke of two kinds of enjoyment. First, lasciviousness and indulgence of the belly, like the murderous songs of sirens. Second, honest and just indulgences, which bring on no repentance. Hierocles says two things are necessary to life, the aid of kindred, and benevolent sympathy of one's neighbors. A notable ancient Egyptian hieroglyphic was formed of two serpents in connection with a globe or egg, representing the world. Another celebrated pair, in connection with worship, is the association of a tree in a serpent, referring as some say to the Mosaic account of the tree of knowledge and the tempter serpent. Some have supposed that it is only since the condemnation, "On thy belly shalt thou go," that the serpent has been limbless, and obliged to crawl. Note, it has been argued, and by a great churchman too, that the whole tale rests on error, and that for serpent we should read ape, Reverend Adam Clarke. This is substituting one error for another. In the orgies of Bacchus Maenads, the worshippers had snakes twined in their hair and danced, singing, "Eve, Eve, by whom came the sin." See Clemens Alexandrinus, Protrept. 9. Duality introduces us to the fatal alternative to unity or good, namely evil. And to many other human and natural contrasts, night and day, light and darkness, wet and dry, hot and cold, health and disease, truth and error, male and female, which man having fallen from his high estate, from spirit to matter, cannot avoid associating himself with. 2 is a number of mourning and death, misfortunes are apt to follow. Turn to our history of England, see the unhappiness of kings numbered the second of each name, William II, Edward II, and Richard II. Of England were all murdered. The Romans dedicated the second month to Pluto, god of Hades, and on the second day of it they offered sacrifices to the Manes. Pope John XIX instituted the Fête de Trépasses, All Souls' Day, on November 2, the second month of autumn. The two Talmuds of the Jews, among other quaint notions, have the following ideas of the number 2. It is not every man who deserves to have two tables. This meant that very few deserve to have the best of the next life, as well as the good things of this one. There are two important things, first, that one's bed should be placed north to south, and that one should pray in front of his bed. There are two ways before a man, one leads to paradise and one to Gehinnom, the place of punishment. There are only two Jewish laws, the written law of Moses, and the oral law of the Kabbalah. Every Jew who goes from the synagogue to his house on the eve of the Sabbath is accompanied by two angels, one good and one bad, and if the house is all in order the good angel confirms a blessing. But if it be in disorder the good angel has to say amen to the condemnation spoken by the evil angel. 2 are better than 3, this means youth is better than old age with its staff of support. There were 2 women notorious for their pride, and their names were contemptible, Deborah meant wasp, and Huldah weasel. Many persons nowadays believe that birth names somehow affect their owners, as names given are prophetic of the nature and fate of the person. Speech may be worth 1 selah, a Jewish coin, but silence is worth 2. A certain man had 2 wives, one young and one old. When he was 40 and inclined to become gray, the young one pulled out all the gray hairs, and the old wife pulled out all his black hairs, so he became bald. Which things point a moral as well as adorn a tale. Given 2 dry firebrands of wood and one of green, the dry will destroy the green. 2 dogs once killed a lion, so the minority must at last always give way to a majority. The Talmud argues that Adam had 2 faces, some say one before and one behind, while others say one looked to right and one to the left. Others say that Adam was both a male and a female. Others say that Eve was made from his 13th rib, and was not drawn out from his head, lest she should be vain, not from his eyes, lest she should be wanton, not from his mouth, lest she should talk too much. Not from his ears, lest she should be an eavesdropper, not from his feet, lest she should be a gadabout, and not from his heart, lest she should be jealous, yet in spite of all these precautions woman has developed all these faults. Of 2 who quarrel, he or she who first gives in shows the noblest nature. 2 negatives or affirmatives are as good as an oath. Shavuot, 36, 1. The 2s of the 2 testaments are 2 tables of the law, the disciples were sent out 2 and 2. 2 disciples were sent by Jesus to fetch the ass's colt, 2 to make ready the Passover, 2 disciples buried Jesus, Caleb and Joshua were the 2 spies, 2 angels rescued Lot. There were 2 witnesses of the resurrection, and 2 of the ascension. The book of Revelation of St. John the Divine speaks of 2 witnesses, 2 olive trees and 2 candlesticks. If a dream was dreamed 2 times it foretold a truth. As in Genesis lie, Judges 6, First Book of Kings, chapters 9 and 11. The animal kingdom shows all sexual generation to arise from pairs of contrasted beings, the male and female. The microscope now discovers to us the spermatozoon and the ovum, but the truth was known of old to philosophers of India, Egypt and the Gnostics, in whose lore we find human generation to spring from the serpent and the egg. The Triad. 3. Photius observes that the triad is the first odd number in energy, is the first perfect number, and is a middle and analogy. The Pythagoreans referred it to physiology, it is the cause of all that has the triple dimension. It is also the cause of good counsel, intelligence, and knowledge, and is a mistress of music, mistress also of geometry, possesses authority in whatever pertains to astronomy and the nature and knowledge of the heavenly bodies. Connects and leads them into effects. Every virtue also is suspended from it, and proceeds from it. In mythology it is referred by Nicomachus to 1. Saturn, time, past, present, and future. 2. Latona. 3. The horn of Amalthea, the nurse of Jupiter. 4. Polyhymnia, among the Muses. Number being more increased by multiplication than it is by addition, the number 3 is, properly speaking, the first number, as neither the dyad nor monad are so increased. It is a middle and analogy, because all comparisons consist of 3 terms, at least, and analogies were called by the ancients middles. It was considered the mistress of geometry because the triangle is the principle of figures. With regard to the heavenly bodies, the number 3 is important, there are 3 quaternions of the celestial signs, the fixed, the movable, and the common. In every zodiacal sign also there are 3 faces, and 3 decans, and 3 lords of their triplicity. And among the planets there are 3 fortunes and 3 infortunes. According to the Chaldeans also, there are 3 ethereal words prior to the sphere of our fixed stars. On account of the perfection of the Triad, oracles were delivered from a tripod, as is related of the oracle at Delphi. With regard to music, 3 is said to be mistress, because harmony contains 3 symphonies, the diapason, the diapente, and the diatessaron. Ezekiel 14. V. 14 mentions 3 men who saw a creation, destruction, and a restoration. Noah of the whole world, Daniel of the Jewish world Jerusalem, and Job of his personal world. Note the Hindu trinity of Brahma, who consists of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. Creator, preserver, and changer. In India each has still a special sect of worshippers, who mark themselves with particular emblems. The Vaishnavas are much the most numerous. The living were of old called the 3 times blessed, the dead 4 times blessed. There were 3 cities of refuge on the east side of the Jordan, Bezer, Ramoth Gilead, and Gozan, and 3 on the west, Hebron, Shechem, and Kadesh Naphtali. 3 fates, Clotho, Lachesis, Atropos. Furies, Tisiphone, Alecto, Magira. Graces, Euphrosyne, Aglaia, Talia, says Hesiod. Judges of Hades, Minos, Aeacus, Rhadamanthus. Ori, Hesiod says they were Eunomia, order, Dike, justice, Irene, peace. Jupiter's thunder is Triformis. Hecate is always called triple. Neptune's spear is a trident, and so has Shiva the Trisula. Pluto's dog Cerberus had 3 heads. There were 3 founders of the Roman Empire, Romulus, BC 753, Camillus, BC 389, expelled the Gauls, and Caius Marius, BC 102, who overthrew the hordes of Cambrians and Teutons. The Jewish rabbis say that the sword of death has 3 drops of gall, 1 drops in the mouth and the man dies, from the second comes the pallor of death, and the third turns the carcass to dust. See Purchas, The Pilgrimage, 1613. A letter Yod within an equilateral triangle was a symbol of the ineffable name Jehovah and was so used by the Jews. The moderns have pointed out that this form suggests the idea that they knew something of a triune God. Other monograms of Jehovah were also triple, thus 3 rays, and the shin, and 3 yods in a triangle. Under the number 3 also we may in passing mention the royal arch sign, the triple tau, 3 T's united. The manner of its explanation, and the ideas which it represents, are not fit matters for description in his work. Note also 3 stones of the arch, 3 principals and 3 sojourners, 3 veils, and in the craft lodges, 3 officers, 3 degrees, 3 perambulations. In the Roman cultus, the number 3 is of constant occurrence, as for example see Virgil, Eclogue 8, the Pharmasutria. The priests used a cord of 3 colored strands, and an image was carried 3 times round an altar. Terna tibi haec primum triplicite diversa color. The Druids also paid a constant respect to this number, and even their poems are noted as being composed in triads. It is not necessary here to enlarge upon the transcendent importance of the Christian Trinity. In old paintings we often see a Trinity of Jesus with John and Mary. In the Timaeus of Plato, the divine triad is called Theos, God, Logos, the Word, and Psyche, the soul. Indeed, it is impossible to study any single system of worship throughout the world, without being struck by the peculiar persistence of the triple number in regard to divinity. Whether as a group of deities, a triformed or 3-headed God, a mysterious triunity, a deity of 3 powers, or a family relationship of 3 persons, such as the Father, Mother and Son of the Egyptians, Osiris, Isis and Horus. And again in the various faiths we see the chief dignity given in turn to each person of the triad. Some rejoice in the patriarchal unity, some in the greater glory of the Son, and others again lavish all their adoration on the Great Mother. Even in trinities of coequal males, each has his own special worshippers. Note this especially among the Hindus, where for example the followers of Vishnu are called Vaishnavas. To complicate matters too, in this case each deity has his female potency or Sakti, and these also have their own adherents. Under this notice of the Triad we may refer to the emblem of the Isle of Man, 3 legs united at the hips. This is supposed to have been derived from Sicilian mariners at an early date, for the same emblem is found at Palermo in Sicily, and this design is there to be seen on an old public building. Sicily was anciently named Trinacria, from its 3 promontories. 3 is a notable number in the mythology of the Norsemen. The great ash tree Yggdrasil supported the world. It had 3 roots, one extended into Asgard, the abode of the gods. One into Jotunheim, the home of the giants, and the third into Niflheim, the region of the unknown. The 3 Norns, fates, attend to the root in Asgard. They were Erda, the past, Verdandi, the present, and Skulda, the future. The Talmuds are crowded with quaint conceits concerning the Triad, and many are very curious. The ancient Hebrews said there are 3 night watches. In the first the ass brays, in the second the dog barks, in the third the mother suckles her infant and converses with her husband. He who 3 times daily repeats the 114th Psalm is sure of future happiness. 3 precious gifts were given to the Jews, the law of Moses, the land of Israel, and paradise. In 3 sorts of dreams there is truth. The last dream of the morning, the dream which is also dreamed by a neighbor, and a dream twice repeated. 3 things calm a man, melody, scenery and sweet scent, and 3 things improve a man, a fine house, a handsome wife, and good furniture. He who is born on the 3rd day of the week will be rich and amorous. 3 despise their fellows, cooks, fortune-tellers and dogs. 3 love their fellows, proselytes, slaves and ravens. 3 persons live a life which is no life. He who lives at another man's table, he who is ruled by his wife, and he who is incapable from bodily affliction. Orthodox Jews were very particular about the cuttings from the nails. A pious man buries them, an orderly man burns them, but he who throws them away is wicked, for if a woman step over them, mischance may follow. Mode Catan, 18. 1. The nails should be trimmed on a Friday and never on a Thursday. There are 3 keys which God keeps to himself, and which no man can gain nor use, the key of life, the key of rain and the key of the resuscitation of the dead. Tanith, 2, 1 and 2. The Jewish butcher of kosher meat must use 3 knives. 1 to slaughter the animal, another to cut it up, and a third to remove the suet which was unlawful food, as pork is. 3 acolytes must attend the high priest when he went in to worship. 1 at his right, 1 at his left, and 1 had to hold up the gems on the train of his vestment. There are 3 parts of a man. The father gives the white parts, bones, nails, brain and the whites of the eyes. The mother gives the red parts, skin, flesh, etc., while God gives the breath, soul, mind and senses. The Sanhedrin could order as a punishment 3 degrees of excommunication, separation for an undefined time, exclusion for 60 days, and execration for 30 days. Mode Catan, 17. 1. The name of Adam is of 3 letters, A, D and M. These are the initials of Adam, David and Messiah, and the soul of the first passed to David and then to the Messiah. Nishmath Chajim, 152. 2. The soul of Cain passed to Jethro, his spirit into Korah, and his body to an Egyptian. Yalkut Reuben, 9. 18, 24. The soul of Eve passed to Sarah, to Hannah the Shunammite, and then to the widow of Zarepta. The soul of Rahab passed to Heber the Kenite. The soul of Jael passed to Eli. Some souls of pious Jews pass into the persons of the Gentiles, so that they shall plead for Israel. Some evil Hebrew souls have passed into animals, as that of Ishmael into the she-ass of Balaam, and later into the ass of Rabbi Pinchas ben Yair. The soul of a slanderer may be transmigrated into a stone, so as to become silent. And the soul of a murderer into water. Ema Hemelech, 153. 1, 2. There are 3 causes of dropsy, depending on diseases of the breast, the liver and the kidneys. There are 3 forms of coma, that is insensibility. Due to brain injury, brain disease and brain poisoning. There are 3 modes of death, beginning either at the brain, the lungs or the heart. B. Shah, Physiology. One zodiacal sign, that of Scorpio, has 3 emblems. The eagle in the highest symbolism, the snake, and the scorpion in evil aspects only. Astrologic natal figures are often erroneous by reason of the alleged moment of birth being incorrect. There are 3 modes of rectification, 2 are ancient, the Animotor of Ptolemy and the Trutine of Hermes. And there is one modern method, the natal epoch of W.R. Fold. In both the Old and the New Testaments we find the day was divided into 3 day watches and 4 night watches. The medieval occultists divided the days into planetary hours. The scheme of alternation occupied a week. 7 days times 24 hours equals 168 hours, so 168 hours are divisible among the 7 planets, each day beginning with its own different one. See Harleian Mizist 6483, and The Herbal, Culpeper, 1814. There is also another scheme in which the planets are related to a 6-hour period by Ragan and Blavatsky. Among the Brahmins there were 3 great Vedas. 3 Margas or ways of salvation, 3 Gunas, the Sattva, quiescence, Rajas, desire, and Tamas, decay. 3 Lokas, Swarga, Bhumi and Patala, heaven, earth and hell. 3 jewels of wisdom, the Triratnas, Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. The 3 fires being the 3 aspects of the human soul, Atma, Buddhi and Manas. There were 3 prongs of the trident, and 3 eyes in the forehead of Shiva. Note also the 3-syllabled holy word Aum. At the oblation of the elements in the Celtic Church, 3 drops of wine and 3 drops of water were poured into the chalice. In the present Christian Church we notice 3 crossings with water at baptism, 3 creeds. The banns of marriage are published 3 times, and a bishop in benediction makes the sign of the cross 3 times. In Roman Catholic churches, the Angelus bell is rung 3 times a day, a peal of 3 times 3 for the heavenly hierarchies of angels, Pope John XXII. Ordered that the faithful should say 3 Aves on each occasion. In civil life the usher of a court 3 times repeats the warning oyez, 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 which word means, hear, or listen. Note also the emblem of the Irish nation, the shamrock, which has a 3-lobed leaf, the Oxalis asphycella. The trigrams of Fohi should be studied in The I-King, a book of ancient China said to have been the production of King Wan and his son, Cao. The great Confucius wrote a supplement to it. This book is a mystical work on symbolism referring to cosmogony, to man, and to the purposes of life. The initial symbols are the yang, male, and the yin, female. Then follow 8 trigrams, formed of emblematical lines. They are, Qin, Tue, Li, Chan, Xin, Kan, Kan and Quan, each expressed by figures of 1 long and 2 short lines. Some say that one Fohi invented these symbols. A later mystic expanded the system into 64 figures, each composed of 6 lines of whole and half lines. With these were associated 2 diagrams formed of circles, named the river horse, and the riding of Lo. These will repay the contemplation of modern occultists. Yang, male, is also associated with heaven, the sun, light and 25 the total of the odd units. Yin, female, with the moon, the earth, darkness and the number 30, the total of the even numbers to 10. See, Sacred Books of the East, the I-King. 3.5. 3.5. W. F. Shaw calls attention to the number 3.5 as being of mystical importance, as the half of 7, typifying present suffering as compared with future joy. The famine in the time of Elias, when Israel was persecuted by Ahab and Jezebel, lasted 3.5 years. Antiochus Epiphanes persecuted the church 3.5 years. 42 months, or 3.5 years, are symbolical of times of trouble. Jesus preached 3.5 years. In the Revelations, the bride, the Lamb's wife, suffers 1,260 days in the wilderness, being a times and a half, Rev 12. 6-14. Again the holy city is said to be trodden under foot 42 months, or 3.5 years. The two witnesses testify 3.5 years, and their dead bodies remain unburied 3.5 days, so also the scattering of the holy people as mentioned in Daniel 12. 7 is for 3.5, by which we were to understand a period of suffering. The Tetrad. 4. The Pythagoreans, said Nicomachus, call the number 4 the greatest miracle, a god after another manner, a manifold divinity, the fountain of nature, and its key-bearer. It is the introducer and cause of the permanency of the mathematical discipline. It is most masculine and robust, it is Hercules and Aeolus. It is Mercury, Vulcan, and Bacchus. Among the Muses, Urania. They also called it feminine, effective of virility, and an exciter of back-chic fury. In harmony, it was said to form by the quadruple ratio the symphony dysdiapason. They called it justice, as the first evenly even number. As a type of deity, we all know of the famous Hebrew title Tetragrammaton or unpronounceable name we call Jehovah Ihvh. This name was used by the Kabbalistic rabbis to hide their secret tenets of the divine essence of the Creator God. Almost all the peoples of antiquity possessed a name for deity consisting of 4 letters, and many of them considered 4 to be a divine number, thus. In Hebrew we find also Ihih called Ahai, and Ahih called Ahai. Assyrian Adad, Egyptian Ammonius, Persian Sire or Sire, Greek Theos, Latin Deus, German Gott, French Dieu, Turkish Izar, Tartar Itka, Arabian Al, Allah, Samaritan Jabe, Egyptian Toit, Tot, Thoth. In Sanchoniathon we find the deity called Evo. In Clemens Alexandrinus, Jiao. Attention should be paid to the Sanskrit holy phrase, aspiration or prayer of 4 syllables, Aum Mani Padme Hum, literally, O, the jewel and the lotus, meaning, the divine spark within man. Theon of Smyrna, in the edition of Ismail Bulialdo, 1644, page 147, says, the Tetractys was not only principally honored by the Pythagoreans because all symphonies exist within it, but also because it appears to contain the nature of all things. Hence their oath, not by him who delivered to our souls the Tetractys, that is Pythagoras. This Tetractys is seen in the composition of the first numbers 1, 2, 3, 4. But the second Tetractys arises from the increase by multiplication of odd and even numbers beginning from the monad. The third subsists according to magnitude. The fourth is in simple bodies, monad fire, dyad air, triad water, tetrad earth. The fifth is of the figures of bodies, pyramid fire, octahedron air, icosahedron water, cube earth. The sixth of vegetative life, seed monad or point, if it increase in length, dyad line, in breadth, triad superficies, in thickness, tetrad solid. The seventh is of communities, as man, house, street, city. The eighth is the judicial power, intellect, science, opinion, sense. The ninth is of the parts of the animal, the rational, irascible and epithematic soul, and the body they live in. The 10th Tetractys is of the seasons of the year, spring, summer, autumn, winter. The 11th Tetractys is of the ages of man, the infant, the lad, the man, and the senex. And all are proportional one to another, and hence they said, all things are assimilated to number. They also gave a fourfold distribution of goods to the soul and body, to the soul, prudence, temperance, fortitude, justice. And to the body, acuteness of senses, health, strength, beauty. The objects of desire are 4, viz., prosperity, renown, power, friendship. The celebrated 4 causes of Aristotle may be mentioned here. Divinity as the cause, by which, upsilon pi omicron upsilon up ou. Matter, from which, epsilon xi omicron upsilon xou. Form, through which, delta omicron upsilon dou. Effect with reference to which, Pyro Omicron Omicron Upsilon Pros OU. The dead also are called 4 times blessed, and the living but thrice blessed. The number 4 being the completion of the quaternary group of point, line, superficies and body, has also this character that its elements 1, 2, 3, and 4 when summed up are equal to 1 0, which is so perfect that we can go no further. But to increase we must return to the monad. It was also called cosmos, the world, because it formed the number 36. When its digits were thus combined. 1 plus 2 is equal to 3. 3 plus 4 is equal to 7. 5 plus 6 is equal to 11. 7 plus 8 is equal to 15. __. 36. Being the sum of the first 4 odd numbers with the first 4 even numbers. Plutarch, De Anim. Procr. 1027, says the world consists of a double quaternary, 4 of the intellectual world, Tagathon, Nous, Psyche and Hyle. That is supreme wisdom or goodness, mind, soul, matter, and 4 of the sensible world, forming the cosmos of elements, fire, air, earth and water, per, air, ga and pi upsilon rho, alpha rho, gamma eta, upsilon delta omega rho. 4 is the number of the moons or satellites of Jupiter and Uranus. The Arabians analyzed female beauty into 9 fours, as for black, hair, eyebrows, eyelashes, eyes. For white, skin, white of the eyes, teeth, legs. For red, tongue, lips, cheeks, gums. For round, head, neck, forearms, ankles. For long, back, fingers, arms, legs. For wide, forehead, eyes, seat, lips. For fine, eyebrows, nose, lips, fingers. For thick, buttocks, thighs, calves, knees. For small, breasts, ears, hands, feet. See Lane's edition of the Arabian Nights. In the Rosicrucian writings of Bayman, Flood and Meyer, we find the occult dogma that the 4 elements are peopled by spirits, beings who may have influence on the destiny of man, thus the earth was inhabited by gnomes. The air was inhabited by sylphs, the fire was inhabited by salamanders, and the water by undines, these are now commonly called elementals. See Lives of the Necromancers, W. Godwin, Michael Meyer, Jacob Bayman's works. The existence of elementals, scoffed at by modern education, is really suggested in a large number of places in both Old and New Testaments, the inspired volume of the Christians. Examine, for example, Judges 9. 23, 1 Samuel 16. 14. Psalm 78. 49, Acts 16. 16, 19. 13, 27. 23, Ephesians 6. 12, 2. 2. But above all consider the meaning of the canticle, Benedicite Omnia Opera, in the Book of Common Prayer, O ye stars, O ye showers and dew, O ye fire and heat, O ye winds, O ye green things, O ye mountains and hills, bless ye the Lord. Praise him and magnify him forever. These phrases are either folly, or else they recognize the spiritual essences or beings inherent in the elements and created things. Again, read hymn 269 in Hymns Ancient and Modern, a most orthodox volume. Principalities and powers, watch for thy unguarded hours, and hymn 91, Christian, dost thou see them, on the holy ground, how the troops of Midian compass thee around? If these are not the evil elementals, what are they? Francis Barrett mentions the 4 consecrated animals, lion, eagle, man and calf, emblems of the cherubim on the terrestrial plane, 4 archangels, Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, Raphael, note, all end in the deity name, El, Iel, of the Hebrews. The Gnostics said that all their edifice rested on a 4-pillared basis, truth, intelligence, silence, bathos. Note the earth was formed on the 4th day, according to the allegory found in the Jewish Genesis, and is the 4th world in a chain of spheres, say the Hindus. The figure of 4, as Ragan remarks, is the upright man, carrying the triangle or divinity, a type of the Trinity of Godhead. On the Hebrew magical word agla, see the chapter on the Kabalah, page 27. Note 4 elements, 4 sides of a square and 4 angles. For qualities, cold, hot, dry, damp, 4 humors. For seasons of the year, 4 quarters of the horizon. 4 rivers of Eden, Euphrates, Gihon, Hiddekel and Pison. 4 rivers of the infernal regions according to the Greeks, Phlegethon, Cocytus, Styx and Acheron. 4 elements of metaphysics, being, essence, virtue, action. 4 Masonic virtues. 4 evangelists and gospels. Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, related to the 4 cherubic forms of the man, lion, bull and eagle, and thus to the zodiacal signs, Aquarius, Leo, Taurus and Scorpio. The relation of Aquila to Scorpio is a Rosicrucian secret. One of the abstruse dogmas of the Kabbalah concerns the 4 worlds of emanation, Atziluth, Bria, Yetzirah and Nisaya. These are not worlds in any ordinary sense, but rather planes of development and existence, the former the most diaphanous and exalted, the others becoming more and more concrete and manifest. The 10 Sephiroth exist on each plane, those of the higher planes being more sublime than those of the lowest. Each world has a secret name and number. Man displays 4 evil tendencies, one in opposition to each of these 4 worlds. An evil inclination, evil thoughts, evil words, and evil actions. Isaac Meyer. Vulcan gave Apollo and Diana arrows on the 4th day of their nativity. This, says Sir Thomas Browne, is the Gentile equivalent to the creation of the sun and moon on the 4th day. The Talmud lays down the law as to a woman's drinking, saying 1 cup of wine is good for her, 2 do her harm, 3 demoralize her, and the 4th converts her into a female animal. There are 4 persons who are little better than dead. The blind, the leper, the pauper and he who has no sons. There are 4 sorts of passionate men. He who is easily provoked and is as easily pacified, he loses more than he gains. He who is not readily provoked and is difficult to appease, he gains more than he loses. The pious man, who is not easily provoked but is easily pacified, and he who is easily provoked and is with difficulty appeased, he is a wicked man. There are 4 sorts of pupils in occult science: he who learns and then will not teach, he who wants to teach and does not learn, he who learns and then teaches, and lastly, he who listens and won't learn and can't teach. 4 things deter a man from sin: the thought of whence he comes, the fear of where he may go, the conception of who his judge will be, and what his fate may be at the judgment. 4 persons should offer up thank offerings: he who returns safe from a sea voyage, he who has safely crossed a desert, he who has recovered from an illness, and he who is released from prison. These are referred to in Psalm Kvi. For men have died from original sin, the work of the serpent, for they themselves did no ill. Benjamin, Amram the father of Moses, Jesse the father of David, and Hilah the son of David. Sabbath. 55, 2. At the end of the Passion Fast every Hebrew should drink 4 glasses of wine, even if the price robs him of other necessaries. The Talmud says that only 4 men had entered paradise, Pards, the garden of holiness. This meant the state of supernal communion with God, the beatific vision, by profound abstraction of mind. These were the rabbis Ben Azai, Ben Zoma, Asher and Akiba. The tractate Yoma says God will pardon a man 3 times for a sin, but the 4th occasion is fatal. The Jewish Sanhedrin had power to order 4 sorts of death penalty, by stoning, beheading, burning and strangling. The Sanhedrin as a court of justice ceased with the Second Temple, but the rabbis taught that if a man incurs the death penalty of either form he still dies in these ways fortuitously, as if he would have been executed by strangling. He will be found to die of drowning or some other form of suffocation. See Sanhedrin, 37. 2. Job had 4 entrances to his house, north, south, east and west, so that the poor might enter and find relief from whichever quarter they came. 4 things God repented that he had made. Man's evil passions, the Ishmaelites, the Chaldeans and the captivity. God has made only 4 women perfect in beauty: Sarah, Abigail, Rahab and Esther. Eve is not included because she was not born of woman. Esther is said to have had golden-colored hair. Of the 4 cardinal points, God left the North Pole unfinished, saying, "If there be any my equal, let him finish it like the others." This corner is the home of demons, ghosts, devils and storms. Perk of Rabbi Eliezer, Cap. 3. The number 4 is related to Jacob, the lesser light, which is the moon. Jacob was spelled Ioqb, and its initials are those of epithets Iutzr the former, Oushu the maker, Kuna the possessor, and Bvra, the creator. See Amos 7. 2, where Jacob is called the small. In Christian dogma, Christ the triple deity on the cross of 4 limbs, is the descent of spirit into matter, or, as the Theosophists say, the Triad of Atmabuddhi Manas descends into the quaternary of personal man, the Kama, Prana, Linga and Sthola Sarira. The 4 Kabari, or great deities of Syrophoenicia, or Xieros, Axiokursos, Axiokursa and Kasmilos, children of Sydyk, are named by Sanchoniathon and quoted by Eusebius. In the ancient Egyptian form of burial, while the body was made into a swathed mummy, the internal organs of the chest and abdomen were removed and preserved in 4 jars, often called the canopic jars. They were dedicated to the 4 genii of the cardinal points, who were at times called the children of Horus. The jar of Amset, Amsheth or Mestha, the south, was man-shaped, and in it were put the stomach and large intestines. In the jar of Hapi, or Ahifi, the north, dog-headed, were the small intestines. In the jar of Tuamutef or Tumethpath, the east, jackal-headed, were the heart and lungs, and in the jar of Kepsenuf or Quebexnuf, hawk-headed, the west, were the liver and gall-bladder. These vases appear in tombs of the 18th dynasty, and remained in use until the 26th dynasty, according to E. Wallace Budge. These 4 genii of the dead in Amenti were guarded by 4 goddesses, viz., by Isis, Nephthys, Neith and Serquit. The squares of the periodic times of the planets are the cubes of their mean distance from the sun. The Christian Church recognizes 4 great councils, those of Nicaea in AD 325, Constantinople, 381, Ephesus, 431, and Chalcedon in 451. The Western Church recognizes 4 great doctors, Saint Ambrose, Saint Jerome, Saint Augustine, and Saint Gregory the Great, and the Eastern Church 4, Saint Athanasius, Saint Basil, Saint Gregory of Nazianzen, and Saint John Chrysostom. There is a vast fund of mystic lore, known to some fratres Rosicrucis, concerning the chariot of Ezekiel described in the Moshe Merkava or vision of Ezekiel. The Chagiga of the Talmud says it were better never to have been born than to pry into the 4 sides thereof, what is above and below, before and behind it. The ancient legend of the 4 crowned martyrs, who were Masons, who refused to disclaim their Christian faith and refused to build an idol, has led in our own time to the consecration of the Quatuor Coronati Lodge of Freemasons, which has a corresponding membership of 3,000 brethren. The present author is a past master of this lodge of literary Freemasons. The 4 masters of Ireland of the first half of the 17th century compiled a history of Ireland from BC 2242 to AD 1616. Magic squares were first known by the work of a Greek, Emmanuel Moschopoulos, still existing in MSS. Of the 16th century in the National Library of Paris. Cornelius Agrippa then gave the planetary squares, which have been many times copied in subsequent books. From a more mathematical point of view, they have been much studied in France by M. Bachet and M. Frenicle, M. Poignard of Brussels, and de la Hire. M. de la Lebert gives information of the use of magic squares by the Indians of Surat. To the number 4 belong the several forms of the cross, Maltese, Greek, Passional, St. Andrews and the Philpot cross, the swastika. Hermetic philosophy teaches how to view the last as composed from a magic square of 5, giving 25 squares, of which the Philpot takes 17, referring to the sun, signs and elements. There is a quaint Hebrew association between the name Tetragrammaton, IHVH, the God name, and man formed in his image, for if Yod, He, Vav, He, be drawn one over the other, the Yod will look like the head above. The He will look like the two arms, the Vav will be upright body, and the final He will show the two legs. It is stated in some ancient Persian works that 4 bright stars were placed as guardians at the 4 cardinal points. At the beginning of the Kali Yuga, at Krishna's death at 3102 BC. The astronomers say that Aldebaran, the eye of Taurus, and Antares, the heart of Scorpio, were as the equinoctial points, and Regulus, the heart of Leo, and Fomalhaut, the eye of the southern fish, were near the solstitial points. This was 5,003 years ago. The pack of common playing cards has 4 suits, of diamonds, hearts, clubs and spades. The old tarot or taraki cards had 4 suits, wands, cups, swords and pentacles. Occult science relates these to the Yod, He, Vav, He of the Tetragrammaton. The tarot pack has also 4 court cards, Cavalier, King, Queen and Violet or Knave, also called Knight, King, Queen and Princess by some mystics. The Pentad. 5. From the Nicomachean extracts we derive our knowledge of the Pythagorean doctrine of the number 5. It is an eminently spherical and circular number, because in every multiplication it restores itself and is found terminating the number. It is change of quality, because it changes what has 3 dimensions into the sameness of a sphere by moving circularly and producing light, and hence light is referred to the number 5. Also it is the privation of strife, because it unites in friendship the 2 forms of number even and odd, the 2 and 3. Also justice from throwing things into the light. Also the unconquered from a geometrical reason which may be found in Alexander Aphrodisiensis, commentaries on the first book of Aristotle's Metaphysics. Also the smallest extremity of vitality, because there are 3 powers of life, vegetable, psychical, and rational, and as the rational is arranged according to the Heptad, and the psychical according to the Hexad. So the vegetative power falls under the control of the Pentad. Proclus on Hesiod gives 2 reasons for its semblance to justice, because it punishes wrong, and takes away inequality of possession, and also equalizes what is less, to benefit. Also named Nemesis, for it arranges in an appropriate manner all things celestial, divine and natural. And Venus, because the male 3 triad and the female 2 or dual, odd and even are conjoined in it. Venus was sometimes considered hermaphrodite, and was bearded as well as full-bosomed. And Gamelia, that is referring to marriage. And Androgynia, being odd and masculine, yet containing an even female part. Also a demigoddess, because it is half of the Decad, which is a divinity. And Didymus, because it divides the Decad into 2 equal parts. But they called it Pallas, and immortal, because Pallas presides over the ether, or 5th element, akasa, which is indestructible, and is not material to our present senses. And Cardiatus or Cordialis, because like a heart it is in the middle of the body of the numbers, thus 1, 4, 7, 2, 5, 8, 3, 6, 9. The ancients had a maxim, pass not above the beam of the balance. That is, be not cause of injury. For they said, let the members in a series form a balance beam. Thus when a weight depresses the beam, an obtuse angle is formed by the depressed side and the tongue vertical, and an acute angle on the other. Hence it is worse to do than to suffer injury, and the authors of injury sink down to the infernal regions, but the injured rise to the gods. Since, however, injustice pertains to inequality, equalization is necessary, which is effected by addition and subtraction. Plutarch, in his treatise on the generation of the soul according to Plato, states that the pentad is called trophos, which equals sound, because the first of the intervals of a tone which is capable of producing a sound is the 5th. It is also a type of nature. The pentalpha or 5-pointed star, an endless complex set of angles, was the emblem of health, Hygeia. It forms 5 copies of the capital letter A. It is also called the pentagram, and the seal of Solomon, and is said to have been the device on the signet ring of this ancient Grand Master of the Mysteries. Kenneth Mackenzie remarks that, being formed by the union of the first odd and even numbers, 5 was considered of peculiar value and used as an amulet or talisman powerful to preserve from evil, and when inscribed on a portal, could keep out evil spirits. It is found almost everywhere in Greece and Egypt. Diodorus calls 5 the union of the 4 elements with ether. There are 5 orders of architecture, and 5 senses of the human body now commonly known and described, but the whole are 7. Geometry is technically called the 5th science. In Masonry the grand scheme is the 5 points of fellowship, and note also 5 brethren can hold a fellowcraft's lodge. It is also called the pyramid, from the arrangement of monads, thus 3 below, then 2, then 1 above them. Note the system of 5 regular Euclidean bodies, tetrahedron, hexahedron or cube, octohedron, dodecahedron and icosahedron. The pentagram was the emblem of safety. The pentacle, the mason's signet mark according to Stukely, was the device borne by Antiochus Soter on a war banner, to which was ascribed the signal victory he obtained. The ancients esteemed this number as a measure for drinking. They mixed 5 parts of water with their wine, and Hippocrates added 1/5 of water to milk as a medical draught. Phintes, the daughter of Callicrates, describes the 5 virtues of a wife: mental and bodily purity, abstaining from excessive ornament in dress, staying at home, refraining, as females then did, from celebrating public mysteries. Piety and temperance. In Roman marriage ceremonies it was customary to light 5 tapers and to admit the guests by 5s, see Plato in Leg. 4. Theology displays 5 modes of the conception of God: pantheism, polytheism, dualism, Unitarianism and Trinitarianism. Jewish references to 5 are many: 5 gifts to the priests, 5 things which might only be eaten in the camp. Not to eat fruit from a tree until it was 5 years old. The trespass offering imposed on the Philistines, 5 golden emerods and 5 golden mice. Joseph gave Benjamin 5 suits of raiment. Joseph presented only 5 of his brethren to Pharaoh. David took 5 pebbles when he went to fight Goliath. The Jews classed a bride's attendants by 5s, 5 wise and 5 foolish virgins. There are 5 articles of belief in the Mahometan faith: in Allah, in angels, in the Prophet, the Day of Judgment, and predestination. The 5 duties of a member of the Christian Church were stated by the Fathers: to keep holy the festivals, to observe the fasts, to attend public worship, to receive the sacraments, and to adhere to the customs of the Church. St. Paul said he preferred to speak 5 words in a language understood by his hearers than 10,000 in an unknown tongue. In arranging an horoscope some astrologers use only 5 aspects of the planets: the conjunction, the opposition, sextile, trine and square, and the evil or good fortune of the person seems to depend on them. Among the Romans a display of 5 wax candles indicated that a marriage was being celebrated, and special prayers were also made on such occasions to these 5 deities: Jupiter, Juno, Venus, Pytho, and Diana. See Rabelais, 3:20. One of the 2 main divisions of flowering plants is characterized by a predominance of the numbers 4 and 5. These plants have almost a total absence of the numbers 3 and 6 in the component parts of their flowers. These are the exogens or dicotyledons. On the other hand, the monocotyledons or endogens have a constant predominance of the numbers 3 and 6, and a total absence of 4 and 5 symmetry. There are 5 kinds of intercolumniations in architecture, mentioned by Vitruvius, determined by the proportions of height and diameter, viz., pycnostyle, systyle, eustyle, diastyle, and aerostyle. The Triad Society of China, concerning which we find an article in the Freemasons' Quarterly Review, 1845, page 165, boasts of great antiquity. It resembles Freemasonry in some points. 5 is a chief mystical number in its concerns. Its seal is pentangular. On its angles are 5 characters representing 2 or Saturn, Ma or Jupiter, Shwov or Mercury, Kin or Venus, and Ho or Mars. In the infernal world are 5 terrors and torments: deadly bitterness, horrible howling, terrible darkness, unquenchable heat and thirst, and a penetrating stench, says old John Hayden, quoting some medieval father of the Church. He was admitted an adept among the fratres Rosae Crucis, but was never received among the magistry. 5 styles of architectural columns are described: Tuscan, Doric, Ionic, Corinthian and Composite. Sir Thomas Browne, 1658, notes an ancient Greek division of vegetables into 5 classes: dendron, arbor, tree, thamnos, frutex, bush, fruginon, suffratex, herb, poa, herba, grass, and ascion regimnon, fungus, mushroom and seaweed. Note the quintuple section of a cone, circle, ellipse, parabola, hyperbola and triangle. Agath Tush, that is good fortune, is the old title of astrologers for the 5th house, succedent, of the heavens, as shown in an astrological figure, and which refers to offspring, success in hazardous schemes of fortune or pleasure, and wealth. Joshua hanged 5 kings on 5 trees, they were found hidden in a cave, and were the kings of Jerusalem, Hebron, Jarmuth, Lachish and Eglon. Every important measurement of the Jewish tabernacle was 5 or a multiple of 5. The Hebrew letter H, 5, was in occult Kabbalah always deemed of female potency. There were 5 principal parts of Solomon's temple. David blesses the Lord 5 times in Psalm c. Siv. The Talmud says that there are 5 little things which are a terror to 5 strong things: the mosquito to the lion, the gnat to the elephant, the ichneumon fly to the scorpion, the flycatcher bird to the eagle, and the stickleback to the leviathan. Luazone, Zoology of the Talmud. 5 things have in them a 1/60th part of 5 other things: fire is 1/60th of hell, honey 1/60th of manna, the Sabbath 1/60th of the Sabbath hereafter, sleep of death. And a dream 1/60th of prophecy. Talmud, Barakoth, 57. 2. Even on the Sabbath you may kill 5 things: the fly in Egypt, the wasp in Nineveh, the scorpion of Hadabia, the serpent of Israel, and the mad dog anywhere. Talmud, Sabbat, 121. 2. In the first temple of Solomon were 5 things which were not in the second temple: the cherubic ark, the Shekinah, the Holy Spirit, and the Urim and Thummim. Talmud, Yoma, 21. 2. Rabies in the dog has 5 symptoms: its mouth gapes, it drops spittle. Its ears hang down, it carries its tail between its legs, and it keeps to the side of any path. Yoma, 83. 2. For suckling mothers there are 5 things which are injurious: garlic, cucumber, melon, leeks and onions, said Rashi. If one study 5 years and then has found no profit in it, he will never profit by it. Talmud, Chulin, 24. 1. 5 is the number of expiation and of sacrifice, the number of the passions, and the 5 wounds of Christ. These were commemorated anciently by 5 crosses inscribed on the altar tables, and the priest made 5 crosses on himself at the canon in the liturgy. W. F. Shaw. Jesus 5 times foretold his passion, and gave 5 particulars concerning it, and received 5 wounds. The Brahmins speak of 5 skandhas, or attributes of men. They are rupa, form, vidana, perception, sanina, consciousness, sanskara, action, and vidyana, knowledge. In China 5 means Shanti or Thayan, the God in heaven. The Chinese speak of 5 blessings: longevity, riches, health, virtue and a natural death. The ancient Chinese spoke of 5 elements: earth, wood, fire, metal and water. And of 5 primary colors: yellow, red, white, green and black. The 5th element, the quintessence of the alchemist, was derivable from the 4, by progression, at first the ends, then the 2 contraries, then the 3 principles, then the 4 elements. Separate the pure from the impure, gently and with judgment, and so you obtain the quintessence, the son of the sun. Similarly note the progression: stone, plant, animal, man, God. The old authors added, Talia si jungir passus, sit tibi siri satis, to which this author adds, sed quat size, nescis. The Hexad. 6. Nicomachus calls it, the form of form, the only number adapted to the soul, the distinct union of the parts of the universe, the fabricator of the soul, also harmony, and it is properly Venus herself. It is also Zygia and Nuptialia, and the androgyny who Pliny tells us were an African tribe who had dextra mamma virilis, laeva muliebris. Among the fates it is Lachesis. Among the muses it is Talia. 6 is also benevolence, peace, and health, Acmen, one of the Cyclops, Acmen, an anvil, and truth. By the Pythagoreans it was called the perfection of parts. As to marriage, it is a number equal to its parts, and marriage is a ceremony to sanction the production of offspring similar to the parent. It is formed by the multiplication of the first, beyond unity, odd number and the first even. It resembles the union of male and female, as in marriage or in androgeneity, health and beauty, on account of its symmetry. It was called all-sufficient, pi alpha nu alpha rho kappa epsilon iota alpha, panarchia. According to the Pythagoreans, after a period of 216 years, which number is the cube of 6, all things are regenerated, and they said this was the periodic time of the metempsychosis or the rebirth of man after each death. When multiplied into itself, like the pentad, 6 has also always itself in the unit place, thus, 6, 36, 216, 1296, 7776. On the sixth day man was created according to Genesis. On the sixth day of the week Jesus died on the cross. The Israelites had 6 cities of refuge. Numbers 35. v. 6. There were 6 things hated by Jehovah. Pero v. 6. v. 16. The seraphim of Isaiah had each 6 wings. In a Freemason's lodge there are 6 jewels, 3 of which are immovable and lie open in the lodge for the brethren to moralize upon, while the other 3 jewels are transferable from one brother to another at the periodical changes of officers. In the Hebrew Book of Creation, the Sepher Vetzirah, the Hexad is spoken of, the units representing the 4 quarters of the world, north, south, east and west, and also height and depth, and in the midst of all is the Holy Temple. See my translation, Cap. I. v. 11, and notes. 3rd edition. 1911. The Druids had a mysterious religious preference for the number 6. They performed their principal ceremonies on the 6th day of the moon, and on the 6th day of the moon began their year. They went 6 together to gather the sacred mistletoe, and in monuments and plates now extant we often find 6 of their priests grouped together. See Mayo, 2. 239. An astronomical period of 600 years, spoken of as the Neros, the cycle of the sun, the lunisolar period or Sibylline year, consisting of 31 periods of 19 years, and one of 11 years, is often referred to in old works on the mysteries. It seems to have been known by the Chaldeans and ancient Indians. It is a period of peculiar properties. Cassini, a great astronomer, declares it the most perfect of all astronomic periods. If on a certain day at noon, a new moon took place at any certain point in the heavens, it would take place again at the expiration of 600 years, at the same place and time, and with the planets all in similar positions. It is supposed that one recurrence of this period is referred to in the 4th eclogue of Virgil, the poem, which, as is well known, has been spoken of as containing an allusion to the Messiah, Jesus. The period sung by the Cumean Sibyl has now arrived, and the grand series of ages, that series which occurs again and again in the course of a mundane revolution, begins afresh. The Virgin Astrea returns, another reign of Saturn commences, and a new progeny descends from heaven. It has been calculated by the late Dr. Keneally that a Messiah, or divine teacher, has been sent to the world every 600 years, thus. Adam, the first messenger from the gods to our race on earth. Enoch, the second, 600 years after. Fohi, the third, to China in particular. Brigho, a Hindu prophet. Zarathustra, Zoroaster, the fifth, to Persia. Thoth, Taurus, or Hermes Trismegistus, sent to the Egyptians. Ahmosis, or Moses the Jewish lawgiver, the seventh. Lao Tzu, a second to China, 600 BC, the eighth. Jesus the ninth, to the Jews first and then to the Gentiles. Muhammad the tenth, he flourished about AD 600. Chinggis Khan the 11th, AD 1 Zhou, conquered Persia. Who the special messenger of 1800 was, the author is ignorant. The secrets of the narrows of the Apocalypse and of the mediatorial sacrifice have been considered the secrets of the ancient mysteries. Circumcision was possibly an outward sign of initiation in the earliest times. Jesus, at any rate, writes the author of the Book of God, appeared at the ninth narrows, and no one can deny that such a messenger was expected. Juvenal, oddly enough too, mentions in Satire 11:2. v. 28, Nona itis igiter, now is the ninth age, which indeed it was, though how he knew it, is a mystery. The Sothic cycle was 1,461 years, containing 18,000 lunations. N.B. Narrows is not to be confused with Saros, a cycle of the moon of 18 years and 10 days, which was known to the Chaldeans and Greeks, a period after the expiry of which the eclipses of the moon recur similarly. It consists of 223 lunations. The circumference of a globe has been fixed at 360 degrees, 6/60, the hour divided into 60 minutes, each of 60 seconds. The Tartars had a period of 60 days, the Chinese also, and the Asiatics generally a period of 60 years. The Babylonian Great Period was 3,600 years, the narrows multiplied by 6. The lily, which in all the old Annunciation pictures Gabriel presents to the Virgin has 6 leaves, and the flower shows 6 petals all alike, around a central 3-headed stigma, as is botanically correct. One of the 3 main divisions into which plants are arranged by botanists, is typified by a predominance of the numbers 3 and 6, in all parts of the flowers, 6 leaves forming a perianth, 6 stamens. And a 3-lobed stigma with a 3, or 6-celled ovary is the common arrangement. Berosus, one of the Chaldean priests, mentions 3 periods of time, a Sosis of 60 years, a Neros, or Neros, of 600 years, and the Saros, 3,600 years. There seems some confusion here with the Saros of 18 years and 10 days. Bailey, in his Astronomie Ancienne, page 31, says, the Brahmins used the numbers 60 and 3,600 in computing time. The Chaldeans also did so. The Brahmins have also an antediluvian period of 600 years. The Tartars and Chinese also used a period of 60 years in their computations of time. Under the number 6, 2, we must not omit to mention the symbol of the double triangle, hexapla, or hexalpha, the shield of David. It is used at present as a sign in the degree of the Royal Arch in England. It must not be confused with the pentalpha, which is the true Solomon's seal. In Christian churches we find the hexalpha used to express the union of the divine and human natures, deemed to exist in Jesus, the Christ of the New Testament. The blending of the 2 triangles has also been used to typify the union of fire and water. For the early symbol of fire was the triangle apex upward, and that of water the same apex downward. The symbols of air and earth were 2 similar triangles, each with a crossbar. The Talmud says, 6 things are disgraceful to a wise man. To walk alone at night, to scent oneself for walking by day, to talk with a strange woman in the street, to talk at table with the ignorant, to wear ragged shoes, and to be late at the house of prayer. Barakoth, 43. 2. 6 things lay up capital for hereafter, and also bear interest in this world: hospitality well ordered, comfort to the sick, prayerful meditation, early instruction of children, training in the Mosaic law, and charitable treatment of a neighbor. Sabbath. 127, 1. Evil demons have 6 characters. Like men they take food and drink, they beget and they die. Like angels, they have wings, they pass from one end of the world to the other, and they can learn the future. Talmud. Solomon is called by 6 names: Solomon, Jedediah, Koheleth, son of Jakeh, Aga and Lemuel, c. The Fathers, Abath, by Rabbi Nathan. There are 6 kinds of fire: common fire which eats and does not drink. Fire that drinks and does not eat, as fever; fire that eats and drinks, that of Elijah, 1 Kings 18:38, the fire on the altar which consumed both moist and dry. The fire of Gabriel which consumed other fire, and the essential fire of God which consumed evil angels. Yoma, 21:2. The tables of Moses were said to have been 6 hands' breadths long, 6 wide and 3 thick. Talmud, Nedarim, 38:8. Herzhon reckons that if cut out of Sinaitic stone, each table would have weighed 28 tons, but he is in error, reckoning hands' breadths as ells, as 18 inches instead of 4 inches. The angel of death had no power over 6 holy persons: Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, Aaron and Miriam. Bava Bathra, 17:1. These died by the divine kiss of death, but it is not so definitely stated in the case of Miriam, for fear of scandal. The lion has 6 names in the book of Job. Ari, Shchl, Kapar, Lish, Lbaa and Shchtz. The serpent has 6 names: Nchsh, Okshub, Apoh, Tz Pauni, Tnin and Shrp, Nachash the brazen serpent, Okshub, an Asp, Psalm Xiv. 4. Opo, an adder, Isaiah's lie. 24. Tsafuni, the basilisk, Isaiah 14:29. Tannin, the serpent or crocodile, and Seraph, a serpent of fire. See Rabbi Nathan, Cap. 29. 6 blasts of the horn were blown on the eve of the Sabbath, and then the Sabbath had begun. W. F. Shaw says that 6 is the number of temptation and sin, for at the 6th hour of the 6th day the first temptation came into the world. 6 is the number of toil and work, for 6 days the Israelites had to collect manna. At the 6th hour of that 6th day Jesus was sentenced to death, and in the Revelations the 6th seal, trumpet and vial were all emblematic of woe. The flood came when Noah was 600 years old. The number 666 was an emblem of the great wicked one, still without identification, but he is implied in a prototype, Skechem ben Hammer, whose name is 666 by Gematria, Shkmbnchmvr, he was the corrupter of Dinah. See Genesis 34. Verse 2. The Jews expected that the end of the present dispensation of the world would arrive after 600 years, and St. Barnabas repeats this as a reasonable belief of the ancient Christian Church. The ancient Egyptians had for their highest priests a college of 6, of which hardly any information has come down to us. But one Aseshra is mentioned as master of the mysterious words of the 6, and a statue has been found of one Ei Mary, whose engraved title is Chief of the Dwelling of the Great 6. The Heptad. 7. The Heptad, say the followers of Pythagoras, was so called from the Greek verb sibo, to venerate, and from the Hebrew shbo, 7, or satisfied, abundance, being septos, holy, divine, and motherless, and a virgin. From Nicomachus we learn that it was called Minerva, being unmarried and virginal, begotten neither by a mother, i.e., even number, nor from a father, i.e., odd number, but proceeding from the summit of the Father of all things, the monad. Even as Minerva sprang all armed from the forehead of Jove or Zeus. Hence also Abrimapater, or daughter of a mighty father, and Glaucopes, shining-eyed, and Alpha Mueta Tau Omega Rho and Alpha Gamma Epsilon Lambda Epsilon Iota Alpha, Amtor and Aegilia, she that carries off the spoil. And Fortune, for it decides mortal affairs. And Voice, for there are 7 tones in every voice, human and instrumental, because they are emitted by the 7 planets, and form the music of the spheres. Also Tritogenia, because there are 3 parts of the soul, the intellectual, irascible and epithemitic, desiring, and 4 most perfect virtues are produced. Just as of the 3 intervals, length, breadth, and depth, there are 4 boundaries in corporeal existence, point, line, superficies and solid. It is called Agilia, from Age-Li, herds, as groups of stars were called by the Babylonian sages, over which herds ruled 7 angels. Also Philokikos, phi upsilon lambda alpha kappa iota kappa omicron equals preserving, guardian, because the 7 planets direct and guide our universe. Also Aegis, from Pallas Athene, or Minerva, the bearer of the breastplate or aegis, also Telesphoros, leading to the end, because the 7th month is prolific, and judgment, because their physicians looked for a crisis on the 7th day in many diseases. Among other curious problems and speculations, the Pythagorean philosophers attempted to prove that offspring born at the full term, 9 months, or at 7 months, were viable, i.e. might be reared, but not those born at 8 months, because 8 consists of 2 odd numbers, male only, 5 and 3. But in 9 and 7, male and female numbers are united, as 5 plus 4 is equal to 9 and 4 plus 3 is equal to 7, whilst 8 can only be divided into 2 odd or 2 evens, i.e., similar sex numbers. In respect to life and its divisions, they remarked the ages are measured by the number 7. In the first 7 years the teeth are erupted. Second 7 years comes on ability to emit prolific seed. Third 7 years, the growth of the beard as manhood. Fourth 7 years, strength reaches its maximum. Fifth 7 years is the season for marriage. Sixth 7 years, the height of intelligence arrives. Seventh 7 years, the maturity of reason. Eighth 7 years, perfection of both. Ninth 7 years, equity and mildness, passions become gentle. 10th 7 years, the end of desirable life. Solon the Athenian lawgiver, and Hippocrates the physician, also used this 7-year division of life. The Pleiades, a group of 7 stars in the constellation Taurus, was thought of mighty power over earthly destiny. There were 7 also of the Hyades, daughters of Atlas, and the 7 stars which guided the sailors. Ursa Major, in which the Hindus locate the Sapta Rishi, 7 sages of primitive wisdom, are a group of the first importance and are easily recognized. Duncan, in his Astrotheology, gives 7 stages of life with associated planets. Thus, infancy, moon, Luna, childhood, Mercury, knowledge, youth, Venus, love, manhood, soul, full strength, Mars, maturity of judgment, Jupiter, and old age, Saturn. Some philosophers have said that our souls have 7 foci in the material body, viz. the 5 senses, the voice, and the generative power. The body has 7 obvious parts, the head, chest, abdomen, 2 legs and 2 arms. There are 7 internal organs, stomach, liver, heart, lungs, spleen and 2 kidneys. The ruling part, the head, has 7 parts for external use, 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils and a mouth. There are 7 things seen, body, interval, magnitude, color, motion and permanency. There are 7 inflections of the voice, the acute, grave, circumflex, rough, smooth, the long and the short sounds. The hand makes 7 motions, up and down, to the right and left, before and behind, and circular. There are 7 evacuations. Tears from the eyes, mucus of the nostrils, the saliva, the semen, 2 excretions and the perspiration. Modern medical knowledge corroborates the ancient dictum that in the 7th month the human offspring becomes viable. Menstruation tends to occur in series of 4 times 7 days, and is certainly related to Luna in an occult manner. The lyre has 7 strings, corresponding to the planets. There are 7 vowels in English and some other tongues. Theon of Smyrna also notices that an average length of an adult's intestine is 28 feet, for times 7, and 28 also is a perfect number. The number 7 is also associated with voice and sound, with Clio the Muse, with Osiris the Egyptian deity. With Nemesis, fate, Adrastea, not to be escaped from, and with Mars. As to the sacredness of the number 7, note among the Hebrews, oaths were confirmed by 7 witnesses, or by 7 victims offered in sacrifice. As see the covenant between Abraham and Abimelech with 7 lambs, Genesis, chapter 21. Verses 28, 21-28, the Hebrew word seven, also shboh, is derived from, or is similar to shbo, to swear. Clean beasts were admitted into the ark by sevens, whilst the unclean only in pairs. The Goths had 7 deities from whom come our names of week days: Sun, Moon, Tuisko, Wotan, Thor, Frigga, Cedar, corresponding, of course, to the planets. Apollo, the sun god, had a Greek title Ebdemeos, sevenfold. The Persian Mithras, a sun god, had the number 7 sacred to him. Note the mysterious Kadosh ladder of 7 steps ascent and 7 steps descent, the one side Oheb Eloah, love of God. The other Oheb Karobo, love of the neighbor. Plato, in his Timaeus, teaches that from the number 7 was generated the soul of the world, anima mundana, Adam Kadmon. The 7 wise men of Greece were Bias, who said, "Most men are bad," BC 550. Chilo, "Consider the end," BC 590. Cleobulos, "Avoid extremes," BC 580. Periander, "Nothing is impossible to perseverance," BC 600. Pittacus, "Know thy opportunity," BC 569. Solon, "Know thyself," BC 600. Thales, "Suretyship is ruin," BC 550. The 7 wonders of the world are thus enumerated. 1. Pyramids of Egypt. 2. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon, for Semiramis. 3. Tomb of Mausolus, king of Caria, at Halicarnassus, built by Artemisia, his queen. 4. Temple of Diana at Ephesus, 552 BC. Ctesiphon was the chief architect. 5. Colossus of Rhodes, an image of the sun god, Apollo, of brass, 290 BC. 6. Statue of Zeus, at Athens, by Phidias. 7. Pharos of Egypt, built by Ptolemy Philadelphus, of white marble, 283 BC, or the Palace of Cyrus, which is sometimes substituted. Sanskrit lore has very frequent reference to this number. Note: Sapta Rishi, 7 sages; Sapta Kula, 7 castes; Sapta Loka, 7 worlds; Sapta Para, 7 cities; Sapta Dweepa, 7 holy islands; Sapta Arania, 7 deserts. Sapta Parna, 7 human principles; Sapta Samudra, 7 holy seas; Sapta Vraksha, 7 holy trees. The Assyrian tablets also teem with groups of sevens: 7 gods of sky, 7 gods of earth, 7 gods of fiery spheres, 7 gods maleficent, 7 phantoms. Spirits of 7 heavens, spirits of 7 earths. The Chaldean notion seems to have been that 7 was a holy number which became nefast under certain conditions. The opposite sides of a die added together are always 7 in total numeration, the 4 opposite 3, 6 opposite 1, and so on. It used to be asserted, says John Hayden, that every 7th male born without any female coming between, can cure the king's evil, by word, or touch. St. James 3:17 gives the 7 characters of wisdom. After birth the 7th hour decides whether the child will live. In 7 days the cord falls off, in twice 7 days the eyes follow a light, thrice 7 days turns the head, 7 months gets teeth, twice 7 months sits firmly, thrice 7 months begins to talk. After 4 times 7 months walks strongly. After 7 years, teeth of second set appear. After 14 years is the arrival of generative power. After 2 the hair of manhood is completed. After 28 we cease to grow, at 35 is greatest strength, at 49 is the greatest discretion, and 70 is the natural end of life. The moon passes through stages of 7 days in increase, full, decrease, and renewal. Naaman was ordered by Elisha, an adept, to take 7 dips in Jordan, to cleanse himself from leprosy. The golden candlestick of 7 branches was a notable emblematic ornament of the tabernacle of Moses, Exodus 25:31. Note the 7 years for repentance, 7 churches of Asia, or Asia, 7 angels with trumpets, 7 candlesticks of the holy places, 7 seals, 7 trumpets, 7 kings, 7,000 slain, 7 vials of wrath to be poured out, paste the Apocalypse. 7 members make a Freemason's lodge perfect, although May 5 hold one. Francis Barrett, in his Magus, catalogues 7 birds, fishes, animals, metals, stones, and members of the body. It has been said there are 7 apertures of the skull to correspond with the planets. There are 7 degrees in the Oriental order of Shikha and the Sat by 7 brothers. But I have doubts of the Brahmanic authenticity of the present order of the name, which was introduced by J. H. Lawrence Archer. From the relative length of their courses the ancients constructed a planetary ladder, with vowel symbols, thus. These symbols were used in mystical knowledge, as an inscription at the Temple of Apollo at Delphi shows. Where I meant the Sun and its nearest planet, i.e., Sun and Mercury was often represented as a dog, following a sun-man. The Oracle of Claros, Macrobius, Saturnalia, 1:18, said that Iota Alpha Omega, the Gnostic deity, was the Sun and the first and last of the planetary set, hence the 7 concentric spheres. Duncan assigns these minerals and animals to the 7 heavenly bodies known to the ancient world. Moon, bull, silver. Mercury, serpent, quicksilver. Venus, dove, copper. Sun, lion, gold. Mars, wolf, iron. Jupiter, eagle, pewter. Saturn, ass, lead. Note also the number of 7 pipes in the musical instrument at the mouth of the old deity Pan. The great whole, a sun god, not the later rural Pan. An ancient symbol of the universe was a ship with 7 pilots, in the center of the ship, a lion, possibly from an idea that the sun first rose in Leo. Note Aries supplanted Taurus, as the constellation in which the sun rises at the vernal equinox. Taurus was the sign at the early fabulous periods of the earth. It was displaced about 300 BC. The sign becomes changed every 2,150 years by the precession of the equinoxes. Pisces has now followed Aries, but the sun is still said to enter the sign Aries at the vernal equinox about March 21. Its actual position in March 1900 was near Omega Pisces. T. Suba-Ro describes the 7 primary forces of nature as 6 powers resumed in a 7th. These are called Sakti, Mahamaya, and are related to Kanya, i.e. Virgo, as the 6th zodiacal sign. They are Parasakti, force of light and heat, Inanasakti, intellect, Ichasakti, cause of voluntary movements, Kriyasakti, energy of will. Kundalini Sakti, the life force shown in attraction and repulsion, positive and negative, Mantrika Sakti, the power of sounds, vibration, music, words and speech. These are summarized in Devi Prakriti equals the light of the Logos. Our physical senses known as 5, are an incomplete set. There are indeed 7 forms or modes of perception, as appears in the highest developments of the Chabrat Zira or Bakhar. And as described in the oldest Sanskrit occult science of the Upanishads, smell, taste, sight, touch, hearing, and 6th, mental perception, with 7th. Spiritual understanding. The 2 latter were not dwarfed and materialized into noticeable organs in this 5th race of beings, to which man now belongs. For a fuller explanation see the Secret Doctrine of H. P. Blavatsky. The archaic scheme recognized 7 states of matter. Homogeneous, aeriform, nebulous or curd-like, atomic, germinal fiery elemental, fourfold vapory, and lastly that which is cold and dependent on a vivifying sun for light and heat. Our earth, symbolized by Mawkuth of the Kabbalah, is the 7th of a series, and is on the 4th plane. It is generated by Jesed, the foundation the 6th world, and after complete purification will in the 7th race of the 7th cycle become reunited to the spiritual Logos and in the end to the Absolute. Our earth has been already thrice changed, and each cycle sees 7 kings, as of Edom. There were 7 kings of Edom, Genesis, 36. v. 31, the Kabbalists consider these as types of primordial worlds which failed to survive their creation. 7 is the key to the Mosaic creation, as to the symbols of every religion. There are 7 planes of being, the upper 3 are subjective and unknowable to mankind, the lower 4 are objective and may be contemplated by man as metaphysical abstractions, so there are the 7 principles in man. And the upper triad are parted from the lower group of 4 at dissolution. The 7 principles constituting man are variously named by the esoteric Buddhism, by the Vedantic scheme, and by other philosophies, but they correspond in idea. First from above come Atma, a ray from the Absolute, Buddhi, spiritual soul. And Manas, human soul, these are the superior triad, which separates at human death from the lower tetrad of principles. The lower 4 are Kama Rupa, the passions, Linga Sarira, tile astral body, Prana, life essence. And Sthula Sarira, the lower body, see the dogmas of esoteric Buddhism. The Kabbalah divides these into 4 planes of the soul, which are further separated by adepts. These are Kaya, Neshama, Ruach and Nefesh, which correspond to the symbolical worlds of Atziluth, Bria, Yetzirah and Asaya. There is an occult reference in the 7 stars in the head of Taurus called the Pleiades, 6 present and 1 hidden, said to be daughters of Atlas, who, pursued by Orion, were changed by Zeus in mercy into pigeons, Pelea. The missing one is Merope, who married the mortal Sisyphus, and hides herself for shame. 7 was the number of the rabbis who left the Greater Holy Assembly, 10 had formed it, 3 had passed away from the Sod, SVD, mystery. See, the Greater and Lesser Holy Assembly, or the Ha'idra Rabba-Quadisha and Ha'idra Sutta-Quadisha. Athanasius Kircher the Jesuit states that the ancient Egyptians associated numbers to the planets as follows. In this matter see also Francis Barrett, the Magus. The later Coptic names of the 7 gods and planets and genii of the world of the ancient Egyptians are, Saturn, Rephan, god of time, Jupiter, Pythias, god of life, Mars, Moloch, god of destruction, Sol, free or Pir, meaning Holy Lord. Venus, Surath, lady of love, Mercury, Hermes, Hermonubis, god of speech, and Luna, Payu, lady of the waters. In China 7 is the number of death, and their days of mourning are 7 times 7, the 7-star plank is the name of the bottom plank of a coffin in which they bore 7 holes. The Hindus speak of 7 tattvas, the abstract principles of existence, metaphysical and physical, the subtle elements and the corresponding human senses, of which only 5 are yet developed. So there are 5 exoteric, Akasa, Vayu, Tejas, Apis and Prithvi. The first 2 esoteric yet unknown are Ani and Anyapataka. The first name means one, unity, the atom, and is a name of Brahma, the latter means parentless, self-existent. The first 5 are referred to primeval ether, air, fire, water and earth, and to hearing, touch, sight, taste and smell. Note air is not hearing. See Rama Prasad on the Tattvas. The Sanskrit names of the 7 planets used in Hindu astrology are Surya for the sun, Chandra for moon, Kuja for Mars, Budhan for Mercury, Guru for Jupiter, Sukra for Venus, and Shani for Saturn. Then there are Rahu, the upper lunar node, and Ketu for the lower. Jupiter is also named Brihaspati. The word septentriones refers to the north, and is so called from its reference to the 7 stars of Ursa Major, also called the plough, and seen in the zodiac of Dendra as the thigh. The Talmudic Barakoth, 14. 1, says he who passes 7 nights without dreaming deserves to be called wicked. The Kabbalists describe 7 classes of angels, Ishim, Arlim, Chashmalim, Melachim, Ophanim, Seraphim and Cherubim. The Judaic hell was given 7 names by the Kabbalists, Sheol, Abaddon, Tehahian, Bar Shashay, Selmath, Shari Muth, and Gehinnom. 7 things were formed before the world. Law, repentance, paradise, Gehenna, that is Gehinnom, the throne of glory, and the Messiah. The Targum Yerushalmi says these were formed 2,000 years before the world's creation. Talmud, Pesachim, 54. 1. 7 things were hidden from man. The day of death, the time of the resurrection, the final judgment, the opinion of his fellow man, the time of the Jewish restoration, and the fall of Persia, whatever that may mean. Pesachim, 54. 2. The Talmud in Hagija names 7 heavens, and occultists recognize 7 planetary heavens, Rakwi, Zebul, Makum, Mayan, Sagan, Gerbath, and Shamaim. In Micah, chapter 5, verse 5, we read that 7 shepherds shall waste Assyria. The Talmud says they were Adam, Jacob and Methuselah, Abraham, Jacob and Moses, and David. Sukkah. 52, 2. Of prophetesses there were 7, Sarah, Miriam, Deborah, Hannah, Abigail, Huldah and Esther. In the Talmud, Kethaboth, 17. 1. It is said that it is permissible to the Jew to look into his wife's face for 7 days after marriage. After this it is presumably wrong, in their opinion. On the 7th day of the month Adar, Moses died and the reign of manna ceased, says the Talmud, but this appears to be contradicted in Joshua v. verses 10-12. He was born on the same day of the same month. The Bava Kama says that after 7 years a male hyena becomes a bat, in another 7 years a vampire, after another a thorn, and after another is turned into a demon. If a man fails to pray devoutly for 7 years, his spine after death becomes a serpent. Besides those who prophesied for Israel, there were 7 other prophets, Beer, Balaam, Job, Eliphaz, Bildad, Zohar, and Elihu the son of Barachel the Buzite. The Bava Bathra says that 7 men form an unbroken series to this day. Adam was seen by Methuselah, then Shem, Jacob, Amram, Ahijah the Shilonite and Elijah, who saw him, and Elijah is still alive until today. Even 7 years of pestilence will not cause a man to die before his allotted time. This dictum of the treatise Sanhedrin is a statement of predestination. A ram has but one voice while alive, but after death his body makes 7 sounds. His horns make 2 trumpets, his thigh bones 2 pipes, his skin will cover a drum, the large intestines are formed into strings for the lyre, and the small intestines will make the small strings for the harp. In the Sabbath, 152. 2. Of the Talmud it is said that the soul of a man watches over his corpse for 7 days. Compare this with the Theosophic teaching that the Linga Sarira broods over the body for a week after death. Rabbi Nathan says that 7 good qualities avail at the judgment: wisdom, righteousness, good opinions, mercy, truth, grace, and peace. 7 epithets are applied to the earth in the Hebrew tongue. Aretz, Adamah, Erequa, Gia, Tsaya, Yabasha, Child or the Bell. The mystical river Sambation flowed all the week, but was still on the 7th day, says Rashi. Herzhan, Talmudic Miscellany, 154. The 7 Catholic deadly sins are pride, covetousness, lust, anger, gluttony, envy and sloth. The 7 gifts of the Holy Spirit, Isaiah 11. v. 2, are wisdom, understanding, counsel, fortitude, knowledge, piety and fear of the Lord. These are 7 of the Kabbalistic Sephiroth. 7 is the token of union between God, who is triune, and man, who is quaternary. W. F. Shaw. The Holy Ghost is said to impart a 7-fold gift: 7 lamps burn before the throne of God. The Council of Alls declared that 1 bishop ought to take part in the ordination of a bishop. There was a 7 years probation for admission to the Celtic order of the Chaldees. There are 7 vestments of the Christian priesthood, and bishops should wear 7 others: sandals, dalmatic, rational, mitre, gloves, ring and staff. The 7 champions of Christendom were St. George for England, St. Denis of France, St. James of Spain, St. Andrew of Scotland, St. David of Wales, St. Patrick of Ireland, and St. Antonio of Italy. The 7 sleepers of Ephesus, according to the monkish legend, were Christians who hid in a cave under the persecutions of Decius in the 3rd century. They fell into a trance and slept 200 years. They awaked in AD 447 and going to the Emperor Theodosius II, they convinced him of the truth of the life beyond the grave. This done, they returned to the cave to sleep until the Last Judgment. The 7 Dolors of the Virgin Mary is the name of a Roman Catholic fast day held on the Friday before Palm Sunday. The 7 wise masters were officers of King Kurush who tell stories to save the life of the king's son. They exist in Greek, Syriac, Hebrew, Persian, and in English are called the Book of Sindbad, edited by Clouston. The Coptic Gnostics represented the Jehovah of the Hebrews by a curious arrangement of the 7 vowels, without a consonant, thus Ihua, the H is the Greek eta, long E, and the first O is the Greek long O, omega. In the Zoroastrian theology we read of the highest beings the 7 Amshaspans, Ormuzd, source of life, Bahman, the king of this world, Artabiast, fire producer, Sharavar, the former of metals, Spandermat, queen of the earth, the Gnostic Sophia. Khordad, the ruler of times and seasons, and Amerdad, ruling over the vegetable world. Below there are the 27 Izds, ruled over by Mithras. In opposition to these were powers of darkness, the 7 archdevs, and the 27 devs, or devils as we call them. The historic city of Rome, pagan before it was Christian, was built upon 7 hills, the Palatine, Coelian, Aventine, Viminal, Quirinal, Esquiline, and the Capitol. In Latin times it was called Urbs Septicalis. Some old authors speak of Valentia as a secret name for Rome. The Bijou Notes and Queries, Volume 14, page 235, says that the 7 days of the week have all been used as sacred days, Sunday by Christians, Monday by the Greeks, Tuesday by the Persians, Wednesday by the Assyrians, Thursday by the Egyptians, Friday by the Turks, and Saturday by the Jews. The number 7 was curiously related to H. P. Blavatsky and the Theosophical Society. Lucifer was first published in 1887, and 1887 is the sum of 1700s, 1710s, and 17 units. H. P. B. lived at 17, Lansdowne Road, and 17, Avenue Road. Lucifer was published at 7, Duke Street. 7 volumes were completed at her death. Colonel Olcott first met her at 7, Beckman Street, and later at 71 Broadway, New York. Anna Kingsford was elected president first of the London T.S. Lodge on January 7, 1883. Isis Unveiled was published in 1877, and the 3rd volume of the Secret Doctrine was published in 1897, after her death. The Ogdoad 8 is the first cube of energy, and is the only evenly even number within the Decad. The Greeks thought it an all-powerful number. They had a proverb, all things are 8. Camerarius, in his edition of the Arithmetic of Nicomachus, calls it universal harmony, because musical ratios are distinguished by this number. The ratio of 9 to 8 is sesquioctave, this forms a tone and is attributed to the moon. Mercury. 12 to 9 is sesquitertian. 12 to 8 is sesquialter. Venus. 16 to 12 is sesquitertian. 16 to 8 is duple. Sun. 18 to 12 is sesquialter. 18 to 9 is duple. Mars. 21 to 9 is duple sesquitertian. Attributed to Jupiter. 24 to 18 is sesquitertian. 24 to 12 is duple. 24 to 8 is triple. 18 to 12 sesquialter. 12 to 8 sesquialter. Saturn. 32 to 24 sesquitertian. 32 to 8 quadruple. Are ascribed to the 8th or inerratic sphere which comprehends all the rest. 36 to 24. Sesquialter. 36 to 18 duple. 36 to 8 quadruple. 24 to 18 sesquitertian. Hence the Ogdoad was also called Cadmea, because Harmony was looked upon as the wife of Cadmus, and Cadmus meant the sublunary world, as Olympiodorus says. 8 was called also Mother, and Rhea, Cybele and Dindymene, from being the first cube, and a cube representing the earth. The 8 persons saved from the flood of Xisuthros are synonyms of many octaves of gods, such as the 8 Cabri great gods of Samothrace. See Bryant and Faber on this myth. There are 8 Beatitudes of the Christian religion, Matthew, chapter 5. 8 is the number of the moons of Saturn. There have been several Masonic orders concerned with this Noachite Ogdoad, as the Prussian Masons, Knights of the Royal Axe, or Prince of Libanus, the Noachites, and the Royal Arkansas Mariners, which is a subsidiary order to the Mark Master Masons. Macrobius says the Ogdoad was the type of justice, because it consists of evenly even numbers, and on account of its equal divisions. John Hayden tells us that 8 events befall the damned, and that there are 8 rewards of the blessed. The number 8 was sacred to Dionysus, who was born at the 8th month. The Isle of Naxos was dedicated to him, and it was granted to the women of Naxos, that their children born in the 8th month should live, whereas it is usual for such to die, although those born in either the 7th or the 9th month are usually reared. The Jews were accustomed to practice circumcision on male infants upon the 8th day after birth. The Jews at the Hanukkah or Feast of Dedication lit 8 candles, and it lasted 8 days. This is the Ankania of John x. 22. As to conjuring among the ancient Jews, it is said in Talmud, Sukkah 53, 1, that Levi played with 8 knives, Samuel in the presence of the king Sapor of Persia used 8 cups, and Abaji before Rabbi Rava used 8 eggs. 8 prophets were descended from Rahab the harlot, viz., Neriah, Sariah, Messiah, Jeremiah, Hilkiah, Hanmiel, and Shallum. Note also that Huldah the prophetess was the grandchild of Rahab. The last 8 verses of Deuteronomy, the Mosaic Law, the Pentateuch, were written by Joshua. Bava Bathra, 14. 1. Rabbi Nathan states that there were 8 sects of the Pharisees, but both of the Talmuds, Jerusalem and Babylon, name only 7. It is prophesied that the harps which will be played on earth before the Messiah will have 8 strings. Erichin, 13. 2. As 7 was the number of the original creation, so 8, says W. F. Shaw, may be considered as the day of regeneration. 8 souls were saved in the Ark of Noah, and Noah was the 8th in descent. His name was MVCH equals 8 times 8 is equal to 64. 888 is the special number of Jesus Christ as He who is the resurrection and the life. He is the great opponent of the 666, the number of the beast, the number of a man. The ancient Chinese writings refer to 8 musical sounds, the Pain. G. Schlegel. The Ennead. 9. The Ennead is the first square of an odd number. It was said to be like the ocean flowing around the other numbers within the Decad. No further elementary number is possible, hence it is like the horizon because all the numbers are bounded by it. We find that it was called Prometheus, and freedom from strife, and Vulcan, because the ascent of numbers is as far as 9, just as the ascent of things decomposed by fire is as far as the sphere of fire, the summit of the air, and Juno. Because the sphere of the air is arranged according to the novenary system, and sister and wife to Jupiter, from its conjunction with the monad. And Telesphoros, or bringing to an end, because the human offspring is carried 9 calendar months by the parent. And Telios or perfect for the same reason, and also called perfect, because it is generated from the Triad, which is called perfect. Attention is called to its being an emblem of matter, which, ever varying, is never destroyed. So the number 9 when multiplied by any number always reproduces itself, thus, 9 times 2 are 18 and 8 plus 1 are 9, and so on as below. In John Hayden's Holy Guide, 1662, we find that he asserts the number 9 to have other curious properties. If writ or engraved on silver, or sardis, and carried with one, the wearer becomes invisible, as Cailron, the brother-in-law of Alexander, did. And by this means lay with his brother's concubines as often as he did himself. 9 also obtaineth the love of women. At the 9th hour our Saviour breathed his last. On the 9th day the ancients buried their dead. After 9 years Numa received his laws from Jove. Note the 9 cubits length of the iron bedstead of the giant Og, king of Bazan, who is a type of the devil, and there are 9 orders of devils in Sheol, what we call hell. It prevails against plagues and fevers. It causes long life and health, and by it Plato so ordered events that he died at the age of 9 times 9. There are 9 orders of angels, says Gregory, A.D. 381, in Homily 34, seraphim, cherubim, thrones, dominions, virtues, powers, principalities, archangels and angels. From a Christian point of view the numbers represent 1. Unity of the Godhead. 2. The hypostatic union of Christ. 3. Trinity. 4. Evangelists. 5. Wounds of Jesus. 6. Is the number of sin. 7. Gifts of the Spirit, Revi 12, and Jesus 7 times spoke on the cross. 8. Beatitudes. 9. Orders of angels. 10. Commandments. 11. Apostles besides Judas. 12. Original Apostolic College. 13. College completed by St. Paul. The 9 muses of ancient Greece were called daughters of Zeus and Mnemosyne, memory, and were Calliope, poetry, Clio, history, Melpomene, tragedy, Euterpe, music. Erato, love, inspiration and pantomime, Terpsichore, dancing, Urania, astronomy, Thalia, comedy, and Polyhymnia, eloquence. The Novensals are the 9 Sabine gods, viz. Hercules, Romulus, Aesculapius, Bacchus, Ennius, Vesta, Santa, Fortuna and Fides. The Sabines became merged with the Romans about 266 BC. The 9 gods of the Etruscans were Juno, Minerva, Tinia, Vulcan, Mars, Saturn, Hercules, Summonus and Vedius. The Etruscans also became united with the Romans. Note in Macaulay's poem of Horatius, Lars Porsena of Clusium by the 9 gods he swore, in 596 BC Lars Porsena led the Etruscans. They were then most powerful, from the Etruscans the Romans took much of their law, custom and superstition. It is by 9s that Eastern presents are given, when they would extend their magnificence to the greatest degree, as mentioned in Conte de Caylus, Oriental Tales. 1743. Barrett's Magus notes also 9 precious stones, 9 orders of devils, 9 choirs of angels, he copies from John Hayden. Note in this connection the nundinals of the Romans, who marked the days by letters into parcels of 8 days, and on every 9th day the people left their pursuits and went to the towns to market. Hence the jocular Latin saying, tres mulieres nundinas facient. These nundinals are a type of our Dominical letters, a set of 7 marking out the 8th days. The Romans also held a purification ceremony on male infants on the 9th day of life, hence the presiding goddess of this rite was called Nundina. The nones were one of the sets of days composing each calendar month. The Roman Novenalia was a feast in memory of the dead celebrated every 9th year. The Novendial was an occasional Roman Catholic fast to avert calamities. From this arose the RC system of Novenes. There is a Masonic order of 9 elected knights, in which 9 roses, 9 lights and 9 knocks are used. The Mahometans have 99 names of the deity. Some Jews have taught that God has 9 times descended to earth. First in Eden, second at the confusion of tongues, third at the destruction of Sodom, fourth to Moses at Horeb, fifth at Sinai, sixth to Balaam, 7th to Elisha, 8th in the tabernacle, and 9th in the temple at Jerusalem. And that his 10th coming as the Messiah will be final. The ancients had a fear of the number 9 and its multiples, especially 81, they thought them of evil presage, indicating change and fragility. At the 9th hour Jesus the Savior died. 9 is also the earth under evil influences. John Hayden in the Holy Guide, and J. M. Ragan, in his Maconory Occult, thus associate numbers with the planets. Sun 1 and 4, Moon 2 and 7, Jupiter 3, Mercury 5, Venus 6, Saturn 8, Mars 9. And the zodiacal signs thus. 1 Leo. 2 Aquarius. 3 Capricornus. 4 Sagittarius. 5 Cancer. 6 Taurus. 7 Aries. 8 Libra. 9 Scorpio. 10 Virgo. 11 Pisces. 12 Gemini. The first and the second temples of the Jews were both destroyed on the 9th day of the Jewish month Ab. On the 9th day of Ab modern Jews do not wear the talith and phylacteries until evening. The day should be spent in tears, and no good comes of work done on that day. The Talmud in Soteh, 20:1, says that a woman prefers 1 measure of fun to 9 of Pharisaic professional goodness. 9 persons have entered alive into the Jews' paradise. Enoch, Elijah, Messiah, Eleazar the servant of Abraham, Hiram king of Tyre, Ebed-melech the Ethiop, Jabez the son of Jehudah the prince, Bathia daughter of Pharaoh, and Sarah the daughter of Asher. Some rabbis add Rabbi Yoshua son of Levi, but he entered not at the door, but climbed over the wall. See Kethaboth, 7:2. In the 145th Psalm we find 9 reasons for praising God. The great Eleusinian mysteries were the successors of the Egyptian mysteries of Isis and Osiris, and were celebrated at Eleusis and possibly also at Athens, in honor of Demeter or Ceres. They occupied 9 days, and were commenced on the 15th day of the 3rd Attic month, Bodromian, September. They took place once in every 5 years. The lesser mysteries were performed in the month Elaphebolian, March, at Agri on the river Ilissus in honor of Persephone or Proserpine, daughter of Ceres. Candidates after reception became misty, in the greater mysteries they became apopte. The ceremonies were called teletai, perfectings. They remained in use for 1800 years, and were only ceased in the time of the Emperor Theodosius, AD 395. Mention of 9 worthies is found in literature. They were 3 Gentiles, Hector son of King Priam, Alexander the Great and Julius Caesar, 3 Jews, Joshua, David and Judas Maccabeus, 3 Christians, King Arthur of Britain, Charlemagne and Godfrey de Bouillon. The Decad. 10. The Decad, number 10, or Pantalia, which meant, all complete, or fully accomplished, is the grand summit of numbers, which once reached cannot be passed. To increase the sum we must retrograde to the monad. The Pythagoreans were entranced with its virtues and called it deity, heaven, eternity, and the sun. 10 being the recipient or receptacle of all numbers was called decad, from decami equals to receive, and hence heaven, which was ordained to receive all men. Like the deity it is a circle, with visible center, but its circumference too vast for sight. It is the sum of the units of the number 4 as previously mentioned, a holy and deistic number, thus 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1 are 10, and thus 10 gains splendor from its parentage. Also spoken of as eternity, which is infinite life, because it contains every number in itself, and number is infinite. It is also called cosmos, that is the universe. Proclus says, the decad is mundane also, it is the world which receives the images of all the divine numbers, which are supernaturally imparted to it. It is called the fountain of eternal nature, because if we take the half, 5 as the middle number, and add together the next above and the next below, viz., 6 and 4, we make 2, and the next 2 in a similar manner 7 and 3 are 10. And so on 8 and 2 and 9 and 1 give the same result. All nations reckon by the decimal scale of notation, to which they were no doubt led from the convenience of counting the 10 digits of the hands. It is also spoken of as kleidukos, that is, having custody of others, the magazine of the other numbers, because other numbers are branches from it, also called fate, which comprises all sorts of events, age, power. Atlas, because it supports the 2 spheres of heaven, fans, memory, Urania, and the first square, because it consists of the first 4 numbers. 2 old conceits were that the 10th wave of the sea is always larger than others. And that birds laid the 10th egg of a larger size than the others. The word 10 was used by the Hebrews, instead of a large number, so that care must be exercised in translating this. Thus Nehemiah interprets 10 generations, of Deuteronomy 23. V. 3 to mean, forever. Nehemiah 13. 1. The Kabbalists called 5, 6 and 10 circular numbers, because when squared, the result shows the same number in the unit figure. Thus, 5 times 5 are 25 and 5 times 25 are 125. 6 times 6 are 36. 6 times 36 are 216. 10 times 10 are 100. 10 times 100 are 1000. An old periphrasis mentioned by Shakespeare is, "I'd set my 10 commandments in your face," meaning the fingernails for scratching. See 2 Henry VI. 3. The Mohammedans say that 10 animals were admitted to paradise. 1. Kratim, the dog of the 7 sleepers. 2. Ass of Balaam. 3. Ant of Solomon. 4. Whale of Jonah. 5. The calf, not ram, offered to Jehovah by Abraham instead of Isaac, his son. 6. The ox of Moses. 7. The camel of the prophet Salek. 8. The cuckoo of Belkis. 9. The ram of Ishmael. 10. Al-Borek, the animal which conveyed Muhammad to heaven. We find 2 generations from Adam to Noah, 10 from Shem to Abraham. The 10 spiritual graces of Christianity are love, joy, peace, long-suffering, gentleness, goodness, faith, prudence, meekness, and temperance, says Dr. G. Oliver. Although where he gets 10 generations from Adam to Noah, I know not. Under 2 also falls the mention of the Pythagorean triangle, tetractys, consisting of an equilateral triangle enclosing 10 yods, thus the upper is the monad, the second line the dyad, the third the triad, and the fourth the quaternary or tetrad, representing the 4 forms of point, line, superficies and solid. A similar form is given by Hebrew Kabbalists to form 72, the deity number, by placing in a triangle 4 yods, 3 hes, 2 vavs and 1 he final, being the letters IHVH of the Tetragrammaton, or they may be put conversely. Note that 10 is used as a sign of fellowship, love, peace, and union, in the Masonic third token, the union of 2 5 points of fellowship. In the Bible we notice 2 commandments, 2 instruments to which Jewish psalms were sung, 2 strings in the Psaltery, and that the Holy Ghost descended 10 days after the Ascension. Tusser, Rabanus and Raymond Lully associate the numbers 8 to air, 5 to fire, 6 to earth and 12 to water. Apuleius states that among the Egyptians it was customary to fast 2 days before sacrificing, and Budge says that they used a 2-day week. The 10 Sephiroth form the essence of the Hebrew dogmatic Kabbalah, a subject which is too vast and complex to be entered upon in this volume on numerals. A mere glance at the Sephirotic emanations of the absolute deity from the mathematical point of view is all that can be attempted. My Introduction to the Kabbalah may be referred to. From the absolute passive negativity AIN, proceeds AIN Suf the limitless, and then AIN Suf AUR boundless light, which concentrates in the first manifestation of the Sephiroth, which is the crown, KTR, Kether, from Kether proceeds CHKMH, Chachma. Wisdom, an active masculine potency, and Bin, Bina, understanding, a passive feminine power. These 3 form the supernal triad. The 4th and 5th are CHSD, Chesed, mercy, active and male, and GBVRH, Gebura, strength, passive and female. The 6th Sapphira is the notable part, Tiferet, beauty, the central sun, the Logos, the manifested sun. This completes a 2nd triangle, the reflection of the former. Number 7 is NTZCH, Netzach, victory, active, and the 8th is HVD, Hod, splendor, passive, the 9th is YSVD, Yesod, the foundation, completing the 3rd trinity, or triangle. MLKT, Makath, the 10th Sapphira, completes the emanations. She is the bride of Microprosopus the sun, Logos, she is the inferior mother, queen, and the manifested universe. The whole 10 are viewed as reigning over 4 worlds or planes of existence. These are the worlds of Azaluth, Bria, Yetzirah and Asiah. Malkuth on the plane of Asiah alone is the visible tangible universe. These 10 Sephiroth are the prototypes of everything spiritual, and also of every part of creation. They are traced in the angelic host and in our universe. 3 superior, and 7 succeedent exist in all things. The lower 7 are obvious to the uninitiated, but in these manifestations the supernal triad is veiled to the profane. Some occultists phrase it thus: 3 are subjective and incomprehensible to man, 7 are objective and comprehensible. Thus 7 archangels are commonly named, and we have known only of 7 great planets of our system. But in some cases even the whole of 7 are unknown. We acknowledge but 5 senses in man, but there are 2 more awaiting perception by process of evolution. These 10 Sephiroth are not only viewed as triads from above below, but are also imaged in 3 columns entitled the Pillars of Severity and Mercy, with the median of benignity or mildness. But this scheme is not for this treatise, nor can the Sephirotic alliance with the planetary symbols, the angelic host, the divine names, and the Book of Thoth, or Tarot be here described. These subjects present a mine of wisdom concealed in the rituals of the Kabbalistic, Sepher Vetzirah or Bakur, from whose parent stem the Rosicrucian fraternities also may have arisen. These rituals contain a more complete scheme of the medieval occult symbolism than exists in any other form known to me, and I believe that it would not be possible for anyone to reconstitute so complete a system out of all extant literature. There are 10 grades in the Rosicrucian Society. They are Zelator, Theoricus, Practicus, Philosophus, Minor, Major and Exempt Adept, Master, Magus and King. Some Magi are known, but only Magi know of a Rex. Rosicrucian private rituals give the correct names and Kabbalistic spelling of the 10 heavens of the world of Isiac, which is the material universe. H. P. Blavatsky declared that a scheme of the zodiac of 10 signs preceded that of 12 signs, but I have been unable to verify the statement by any ancient work. Hebrew and Talmudic references are as follows: 10 men were necessary to form a legally convened meeting at the synagogue. In London as much as £1,000 a year has been spent in providing spare men for this duty. 10 curses were pronounced against Eve. See Talmud, Iravin, 100. 2. 10 things were created during the twilight of the first Sabbath eve. Consult Pesachim, 54. 1. 10 facts proved the presence of a supernatural power in the temple. Yoma, 21. 1. The rabbis taught that a man should divorce his wife, if for 10 years she had no offspring. At funerals, condolences were recited by 2 men, and at weddings by 10 men including the bridegroom. 10 cups were drunk at a funeral party, 3 before supper, 3 at supper, and 4 after the meal at the recitation of the 4 blessings. Abraham was tested 2 times. 2 miracles were performed in Egypt to help the children of Israel, and 2 at the Red Sea. 10 plagues were made to afflict the Egyptians. 10 times the Jews offended God in the wilderness. 10 times did the Shekinah come down into the world. At the Garden of Eden, at the Tower of Babel, at Sodom, in Egypt, see Exodus 3. 8. At the Red Sea, Psalm 5. 9. On Mount Sinai, at the Temple, in the Pillar of Cloud, on the Mount of Olives, see Zechariah 14. 4. The 10th is omitted in the original reference, Avoth D. Rabbi Nathan, chapter 34. There are 2 Hebrew words to designate idols, and to for joy. Sodom was to be spared for 2 righteous men. Gideon took 2 servants to destroy the altar of Baal. Boaz chose 2 witnesses for his marriage with Ruth. Joab's armor was borne by 2 young men. Jesus speaks of 10 talents, 10 cities, 10 pieces of silver, and gave a parable of 2 virgins. The tabernacle has many 2 dimensions. There are 2 Bible names of God, 2 canticles, and 2 necessaries for man's life. Eccles. 39, 26. There were 2 Pythagorean virtues of initiation, and the Buddhists teach 2 Promethas of perfection. In the alchemico-Kabbalistic tract called Desh Metzaref, referred to by Eliphaz Levi, and collected from the Zohar of Nor von Rosenroth and translated into English, and forming Volume 4. Of my Collectania Hermetica, will be found 10 names for gold all extracted from the Old Testament. They are there related to the Sapphira Gabura. The Hindu Puranas tell us of the 10 avatars of the god Vishnu, the preserver of the Brahmanic religion. They are periodical incarnations of the god. First as the fish, Matsya, 2. Kurm, the tortoise, 3. Varha, the boar, 4. Narsingha, the man-lion, 5. Vamana, the dwarf, 6. Parasurama, 7. Ramachandra, 8. Krishna, 9. Buddha, and the 10th, Kalki, the horse, is yet to come. These avatars are susceptible of a mystical explanation on the plane of cosmogony. It has been given in the Garuda Temple of the Oriental Order of Light by Frater T. H. Pattinson of Bradford, a very notable mystic and occult student. In the Yoga Vasishtha Maha Ramayana of Valmiki, edited by Vihari Lala Maitra, will be found an essay on Om Tat Sat, on Ideest, and this contains some very curious information on the two numerals as related to the mystical syllable Om or Aum. Aum Mani Padme Hum means literally, O, the jewel in the lotus, and is taken mystically to mean, the spark of the divine within me, as was fully explained by Blavatsky to her esoteric section of Theosophists. 11. 11. This seems to have been the type of a number with an evil reputation among all peoples. The Kabbalists contrasted it with the perfection of the Decad, and just as the Sephirotic number is the form of all good things, so 11 is the essence of all that is sinful, harmful and imperfect. With the 10 Sephiroth they contrasted the 11 averse Sephiroth, symbols of destruction, violence, defeat and death. On the oldest tarot cards, the trump called the Tower Struck by Lightning, number 16, shows the 10 divine Sephiroth on one side and the 11 averse Sephiroth on the other side. Modern tarot designs are very much debased. John Hayden says that by it we know the bodies of devils and their nature. The Jews understand by it Lilith, Adam's first wife, a she-devil, dangerous to women in confinements. Hence they wrote on the walls, ADMCHVHCHVO Lilith, that is, Adam, Eve, out of doors Lilith. Jesus, in Matt. 12:43, plainly allows the doctrine that evil spirits may haunt fields, which Grotius says the Jews think. And their word demon and field are similar, being shdm, fields, and shdm, evil deities. The Siddim are mentioned in Psalm CVI 37. It is called the number of sins, and the penitent, because it exceeds the number of the commandments, and is less than 12, which is the number of grace and perfection. But sometimes even 11 receives a favor from God, as in the case of the man who was called in the 11th hour to the vineyard, who yet received the same pay as the others. Rabbi Jochannan says that 11 sorts of spices were mentioned by God to Moses on Mount Sinai as suitable for holy incense. 11 was the number of the disciples of Jesus, after the fall of Judas Iscariot. In the Hebrew language the word 11 was expressed as a kat asher, ai, or 1 and 10. 12. 12. This number has a perfect and notable character, and was highly esteemed by most nations of antiquity. Almost all the 12s will be found to be allied, either obviously or in a concealed manner, with the signs of the zodiac. 12 signs or partitions of the great circle of the heavens, 12 times 30 degrees forming the perfect cycle of 360 arithmetical degrees of the circle. Each sign was further subdivided into 3 decans. There are many of the learned who believe the 12 sons of Jacob, and 12 founders of tribes, are allegorical only. We may mention the 12 grand points of masonry, which used to form a part of the lectures in the craft degrees. 12 events in the ceremony of initiation, referred to the sons of Jacob, are given by Mackey. To Reuben was referred the opening of the lodge, he was the firstborn son. 2. To Simeon, the preparation of the land, he prepared the destruction of the Shechemites. 3. To Levi, the report or signal, he gave the signal in the attack on the men of Shechem. 4. To Judah, the entrance of the land, that tribe first entered the promised land. 5. To Zebulun, the prayer and blessing of his father fell on him in preference to Issachar. 6. To Issachar, the circumambulation, an indolent tribe, who required a leader. 7. To Dan, the advance to the altar, for a contrast to their rapid advance to idolatry. 8. To Gad, the obligation, on account of Jephthah's vow. 9. To Asher, the entrusting, with rich Masonic blessings, resembled the fathers of their land. 10. To Naphtali, the investment and declared free, the tribe of Naphtali had a peculiar freedom given by Moses. 11. To Joseph, the Ne. Corner, because Ephraim and Manasseh, grandsons, represented him, newest corners. 12. To Benjamin, the closing of the lodge, as being the last son of the patriarch. The following associations of birds, animals, and flowers with heavenly bodies has the authority of the Greco-Roman mythology. The astrologers associated colors with the 12 signs of the zodiac, thus: with Pisces, white; Aquarius, blue; Capricorn, black or brown; Sagittarius, yellow or green; Scorpio, brown; Libra, black or crimson; Virgo, black and blue; with Leo, red and green; Cancer, green and brown; Gemini, red; Aries, white; Taurus, white and yellow. The zodiacal signs are also associated with sex, and the contrast of day and night. And, again, there are other characters which astrologers deem of importance, thus. Lastly, the 12 signs are allotted to the planets as their houses. Pisces, the night house of Jupiter. Aquarius, the day house of Saturn, Uranus. Capricorn, the night house of Saturn. Sagittarius, the night house of Mars. Libra, the day house of Venus. Virgo, the night house of Mercury. Leo, the soul house of Sol. Cancer, the soul house of Luna. Gemini, the day house of Mercury. Taurus, the night house of Venus. Aries, the day house of Mars. This is very fully explained by Coley in his Astrology, and also by John Middleton in his Astrology, 1679. Herodotus tells us that the Egyptians founded the system of a 12-god theology, Euterpe 4. The Hebrews certainly at times worshipped the sun, moon, 7 planets, and the star rulers of the 12 zodiacal signs, see 2 Kings 23. 5, and Job 38. 32. Dunlop, in his Vestiges, remarks that of the names of the 12 months in use among the Jews, several are identical with names of deities, as Tammuz, Ab, Elul, Bull. Groups of 12 gods are to be noticed in the religions of many of the ancient nations, as the Chaldeans, Etruscans, Mamertines, Romans, etc. In Scandinavia the great Odin had 12 names, personified attributes. The Kabbalists esteemed the 12 permutations of the Tetragrammaton, IHVH, VHIH, HIHV, HVHI, IHHV, IVH, HVH, VH, HHVI, HHIV, HIVH, VHI. The Talmud say, no deceased person is at heart lost to his relatives until after 12 months. See the treatise Barakoth. How was the witch of Endor able to bring up Samuel by necromancy? To this question Rabbi Abhu answered, because he had not been dead 12 months, after that time it would not have been possible, for then the body is destroyed and the soul has gone up into the next world. The rabbis said that at the first revelation the true name of God was a word of 12 letters. Kiddushin, 71. 1. The Mishnah narrates the events of the first 12 hours. Adam fell into sin in the 10th hour, was judged in the 11th, and was cast out of the garden in the 12th, so he abode not even 1 day in his dignity. Sanhedrin, 38. 2. Compare the Noctemeron of Apollonius of Tyana, given by Eliphaz Levi in his Ritual de la Magie, Paris, 1861. The 12 stones of the high priest's breastplate were named sardius, topaz, carbuncle, emerald, sapphire, diamond, ligure or jacinth, agate, amethyst, beryl, onyx, and jasper. See Hebrew Ancient Version, Exodus 28. The 12 foundations of the heavenly city, given in Revelations 21. Are jasper, sapphire, chalcedony, sardius, sardonyx, emerald, topaz, beryl, chrysolite, amethyst, jacinth and chrysoprasus. The 12 Hebrew months were Abib or Nisan, March, April, Iyar or Ziph, Sivan, Tammuz, Ab, Elul, Tisri, Bul, Chislu, Tevath, Shebat, Adar, and the intercalary month Viadar. The 12 Egyptian months were Pakhan, Peoni, Epiphi, Mizori, Thoth, Phafi, Ather, Choyak, Tobi, Machir, Faminoth and Pharmuthi, the last beginning on March 27. The 12 sons of Jacob were related to the 12 signs of the zodiac by the Rosicrucians in a correct order. Other schemes of attribution are given by Athanasius Kircher and others. That by Sir William Drummond is, Aries to Gad, Taurus to Ephraim, Gemini to Benjamin, Cancer to Issachar, Leo to Judah, Virgo to Naphtali, Libra to Asher, Scorpio to Dan, Sagittarius to Manasseh, Capricorn to Zebulun, Aquarius to Reuben, and Pisces to Simeon and Levi. The 12 apostles of Jesus were, Simon Peter, Andrew, James and John the sons of Zebedee, Philip, Bartholomew, Thomas, Matthew also called Levi, James son of Alphaeus, Judas called Lebbaeus and Thaddeus, Simon the Canaanite, and Judas Iscariot. The Venerable Bede proposed to rename the signs with the names of the apostles, and a scheme of allotment is to be found in The Sphere of Marcus Manilius, by Edward Sherburne, London, 1675. See Notes and Queries, Volume 14, Manchester, USA. Page 211. Westcott on the Zodiac in Associ Ros. Reports gives the Christian allusions to the zodiac. In an ordinary pack of playing cards there are 12 court cards, but in the tarot pack there are also 4 cavaliers. The Kabbalists greatly esteemed the 12-lettered name of God, Hihvhvhvhi, meaning, Fiut, Est, Erit, or, He was, is, will be. Less esoteric was the triple tetragrammaton, IHVH thrice written. All fratres of the Rosicrucian Society of England will also be familiar with Ab Ben V Rush Hqdsh, a Ben V Ruach HaKodesh, meaning Father, Son and Holy Spirit. The Rosicrucian Society had a scheme of distributing 12 shades of color among the zodiacal signs, but this is a secret matter. Many erroneous schemes have been published. The 12 signs of the zodiac are named in Hebrew, beginning with Aries. Tali, Shur, Thomim, Sartan, Aria, Bethuli, Mazanaim, Akrab, Kasith, Gadi, Deli, and Dajim. In Arabic, Al-Hamal, Al-Thor, Al-Tauman, Al-Sartan, Al-Asad, Sunbul, Al-Zabina, Al-Akrab, Al-Kaz, Al-Gadi, Debi and Al-Ot. In Chinese, Pi-Ya, the sheep, Kin-Nu, golden bull, Shang-Huing, 2 brothers, Kin-Hai, crab, Sin, lion, Shan-Yo, the house girl, Tian-Ching, the claws of a scorpion, Tian-Ki, the scorpion, Gun-Ma, the man-horse, Mu-Tian, the hill sheep. Pao-Ping, precious vase, and Shang-Yu, 2 fishes. The old Sanskrit Hindu names used by astrologers at the present time are, Misha, Rishabha, Mithuna, Kutkam, Simha, Kanya, Tulam, Vrishchika, Dhanus, Makaram, Kumbha and Meenam. The 12 simple letters of the Hebrew alphabet have affinities with the zodiacal signs, but the order of relation is a Rosicrucian private doctrine. There were 12 recorded appearances of Jesus after his death. To Mary Magdalene, to the Galatian women, to 2 disciples, to Peter, to 10 apostles, to 11 apostles, to 7 apostles and others when fishing, to 500 brethren at once, to James the Less, to 11 apostles, to Stephen at his martyrdom, to Paul at his conversion, and to the apostle John. The 12 hours marked in a watch face can be used to find the cardinal points, if the time is correct, and the sun is visible. Lay the watch flat and point the hour hand to the sun, and then the south will be halfway between that hour and the figure 12. The author of the hymns of Orpheus, the scholiast on Hesiod, and Porphyry state that the 12 labors of Hercules are said to be emblems of the sun in its passage through the 12 signs, and this is repeated by the Mystagogus Poeticus, 1653. And they have been allotted as follows: to Aries, the quest of the golden apples of the Hesperides. To Taurus, the slaying of the Cretan bull. Gemini, Hercules and his twin brother strangle the serpents. Cancer, the taking of the herds of Geryon; Leo, the slaying of the Nemean lion; Virgo, the victory over the Amazon queen; Libra, the death of the Erymanthian boar; Scorpio, the death of the Lernaean hydra; Sagittarius, the shooting of the Stymphalian birds; Capricornus, taking of the hind alive to Mycenae; Aquarius, cleaning the stables of Augeas; Pisces, the capture of the horses of Diomedes. Janus of the Romans is the god of the 12 months, and is drawn with 12 altars beneath his feet. He is the same as Assyrian Ein, Ion, Jan, On of Eastern nations, Dunlop's Vestiges, 31. John Hayden gives the following statements: prosperous numbers are 1 2 3 4 7 9 11 13 14 very good 16 17 19 20 22 23 10 26 27 indifferent 5 6 8 12 15 18 21 very bad 24 25 28 29 30. 13. 13 was the sacred number of the Mexicans and people of Yucatan, 12 of many tribes of North American Indians, as of so many nations of antiquity. This had an astronomical connection, because the stars and sun were gods to them. The method of computation among the Mexican priests was by weeks of 13 days, consult Dunlop's Vestiges. Their year contained 28 weeks of 13 days and 1 day over, just as ours contains 52 of 7 days and 1 day over. 13 years formed an indaition, a week of years, the 13 days over forming another week. 4 times 13, or 52, years was their cycle. In Yucatan there were 13 snake gods, see Stevens, Yucatan, and Gama's Ancient Mexicans. 13 is the number of the Hebrew word ahbh, ahiba, love, and of Akkad, achd, unity. Old authors state that 13 is a number used to procure agreement among married people. Hebrew ancient lore did not reckon the number 13 as unlucky. This idea arose from the fate of Judas after the Last Supper of Jesus, yet not for some centuries, but since the notion was started it has been prevalent among all Christians. The 13 cards of each suit of a pack of cards are sometimes applied to the 13 lunar months for purposes of divination. The Gnostic gems are often inscribed with a 13-lettered name for God, Ablana Th Analba. Rabbi Eliezer on account of a serious drought proclaimed 13 fasts, at the end of which rain fell at once. The temple used 13 collecting horns, and in it were 13 tables, and 13 devotional reverential bows were used in the full service. When a Hebrew boy reached the age of 13 years he began to fast for the full time, a girl began at 12 years. The word covenant is written 13 times in the chapter on circumcision. The Bava Metzia gives 13 reasons for a good breakfast. In the Hebrew liturgy are found the 13 logical rules for interpreting the law. Herzhan, Talmud Miscellany. Some Hindu uses of numbers. In ancient India, in the Sanskrit language, certain words were used as equivalent to the low numbers. For 1 they said moon or earth, for 2 they used many words of things in pairs such as eye, wing, arm, for 3 they used Rama, fire or guna, for they knew of 3 Ramas, 3 kinds of fire and 3 gunas or qualities, for 4 they used Veda, age or ocean, for 6 they used seasons, for 7 they used sage or vowel, for 12 they said sun or zodiac. And for 20 they used nails, meaning those of hands and feet. Edward B. Tyler. Other higher numbers. The 14 days of burial, in the master's degree, 14 parts into which the body of Osiris was divided, a type of Christ, sacrificed on the 14th day of the month, an amulet of 14 points has been used to cure the sick. There are 14 books of the Apocrypha, they were written originally in Greek, never in Hebrew. An Israelite had to partake of 14 meals in the booth during the Feast of Tabernacles. The Israelites killed the paschal lamb on the 14th day of the month Nisan. In Matthew, chapter 1, we find the genealogy of Jesus recited in 3 series of 14 names, the first under patriarchs and judges, the second under kings, and the third under priests and governors. The ancient physicians considered that the 14th day was the crisis of fevers. The moon waxes and wanes, each for 14 days. 15 was the number of pairs of the eons, or holy principles in the Gnostic scheme of Valentinus. 15 is the number by gematria of the 8th Sephirah Hud. There were 15 steps in the temple between the antecourt of Israel and the women's court, and in these were sung the 15 psalms of degrees, Psalm cxx. 15 is the number of Jah, a name of God, so the Jews who wrote letters for numbers, never wrote JH, 10, 5, 4 15, but TV, 9, 6 15. The great day of joyful recreation for Jewish maidens was the 15th day of the month Ab. The deluge covered the hills to the depth of 15 cubits. A Jewish boy in the olden time was ordered to begin the study of the Gemara when 15 years of age. 16 means felicity, a square number. There are 16 court cards in a tarot pack. 17. In the treatise, De Isaid et Osirid, Plutarch says Osiris was killed on the 17th day of the moon, and hence when the moon was at the full, and from that reason the Egyptians abominate the number 17. And so did the Pythagoreans, they called an antiphraxis, obstruction, because it falls between the square number 16 and the oblong number 18. 18 was deemed a protection against thieves. 18, Isaiah made 18 denunciations against Israel. At 18 years of age a girl should go to the nuptial canopy. The golden candlestick of the temple was 18 handsbreadths tall. There are 18 blessings in the Hebrew liturgy. There were only 18 high priests during the existence of the first or Solomonic temple at Jerusalem. 19, the number 19 is famous as being the number of years in the Metonic cycle. The cycle of the revolutions of the moon, after which she returns to have her changes on the same day of the solar year. Medo lived 433 BC, he was an Athenian, he published his discovery at the Olympic Games in the above year. The exact period is, however, 18 years and 2 days. The Calippic period of 4 cycles, or 76 years, was invented by Callippus, BC 330, to correct Medo. John Hayden says that the number 19 facilitates births and menses. 20. The Kiddushin, 29. 2, says God may curse a man who does not marry at least when 20 years old, for his life is a constant transgression. A woman marrying before May 20th bear children up to 60, at 20 until 40, and after 40 will have none. Bava Bathra, 119. 2, to die after 20 days, diarrhea is to die pure. 21, a hen sits 21 days, and the almond is ripe 21 days after the flower falls. 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, used also as numerals. The realization of a good dream may be deferred 22 years. Barakoth, 55. 2. From the works of Hermes Trismegistus are abstracted 22 axioms on the human will. They can be found in Tukaram Tatya's Guide to Theosophy, Bombay, 1887. There are 22 trumps in a pack of ancient tarot cards, used for divination. Eliphaz Levi, in his Clef de Mystères, says that the numbers 1 to 19 refer to the keys of occult science, and that numbers 19 to 22 are the keys of nature. The relation of letters to these are nowhere correctly printed in books. 23. In the Sanhedrin 23 judges were required to try cases punishable by death. 23. This day of September is notable because the moon which comes to the full within a fortnight of it is called the harvest moon, which rises 3 days in succession at the same time, instead of getting daily later. 24 is an evil number, referring to Cain, Chin, but not of his numeration, which is 100 plus 10 plus 50 is equal to 160, or else 100 plus 10 plus 700 is equal to 810. 24. There are 24 birds unclean as food, 24 ribs both in man and woman. 26. The number of Jehovah, IHVH, 10 plus 5 plus 6 plus 5. 26. In the English language, which uses 26 letters, it is found that the letters occur in very different proportions. In a fair example of modern English it has been calculated that the proportion between the frequency of the use of the letters was, of A, 85, B, 16, C, 30, D, 44, E, 120, F, 25, G, 17, H, 64, I, 80, J, 4, K, 8, 1, 40, M, 30, N, 80, O, 80, P, 17. Q, 5, R, 62, S, 80, T, 90, U, 34, V, 12, W, 20, X, 4, Y, 20, and Z, 2. 27. The number of the Ists or angels who ruled under the supervision of the 7 Amshaspans of the Zoroastrian theology. 28. A division of the zodiac into 28 mansions of the moon was probably earlier than the solar division into 12 parts. The names and symbols can be obtained in Sanskrit and in Arabic. Proctor believes that solar astronomy of the 12 signs arose about 2170 BC, in a country of about 36 degrees of north latitude, and at a period when Taurus was the first constellation of the zodiac. 29. The Rosh Hashanah says the period of the moon's revolution is 29 days and 6 hours and 40 minutes. 30. A meal of lentils once in 30 days keeps off the quinsy. At 30 years of age Jesus began his ministry. Joseph was 30 years old when he stood before Pharaoh, David was 30 years old when he began to reign, 30 pieces of silver was the price Judas received, and Jair had 30 sons. 31. The number of El, God equals Al, 1 plus 30. 31. Joshua did not complete the conquest of Canaan until he had slain 31 kings. 32. The number of the paths of wisdom, of the Sepher Vetzirah, being Io Sephiroth and 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. 33. The years of the life of Jesus, King David reigned in Jerusalem 33 years, the number of vertebrae in the human spinal column. 35. The number of Agla, Agla, a composite Kabbalistic wonder-working name. See page 27. 36. Abaji said there are never less than 36 holy men of any generation upon whom the Shekinah does not rest. 36. Plutarch, de Iside et Osiride, calls the Tetractes the power of the number 36, and on this was the greatest oath of the Pythagoreans sworn. And it was denominated the world, in consequence of its being composed of the first 4 even and the first 4 odd numbers, for 1 and 3 and 5 and 7 are 16, add 2 and 4 and 6 and 8, and obtain 36. 39. The number of articles of the Protestant Christian Church belief. 40. Up to 40 years of age eating is best for a man, after 40 drinking suits best. He who has passed 40 days without an affliction has had his reward in this life. For 40 days the flood lasted, for 40 days the spies searched the promised land, for 40 days Goliath challenged Israel, 40 days of Ezekiel's penitence, the Jews were 40 years in the wilderness, 40 days of waiting before embalming the dead. Genesis 1. 3. For 40 days the woman's purification lasted after childbirth, for 40 days Moses fasted twice, for 40 days Elijah fasted, and for 40 days Jesus fasted in the wilderness, and 40 days elapsed between the resurrection and ascension of Jesus. Moses was 40 years in Egypt, 40 in Midian, and 40 in the wilderness. The Israelites were 40 years among the Philistines. 42 is notable because of the 42-lettered name of God, taught by the Kabbalists. There were 42 judges in the judgment hall of Osiris. See Bettany, The World's Religions, page 166, on the events of the 42nd day after death. 42. The Talmud of Babylon in Kiddushin 71, mentions the 42-lettered name, and it is given by Ignaz Stern as composed of the divine names of the Bible, thus Ehi Asher Ehi, Al, Jah, Jehovah, Elohim, Jehovah Sabaoth, El Chai and Adonai. Ahai Ashr Ahih, IH, Iv, Al, Alim, HVHTZBAVT, Al Chi, Adni, or 4, 3, 4, 2, 5, 2, 5, 4, 5, 2, 2, 4 is equal to 42. It is very curious that the 10 Sephiroth which denote the attributes of God will show, when these letters are added together, and AV added for and before the last one, this same number 42. If Chesed be called Gedula, as was common among Kabbalists. 45. The number of Adam, ADM. 45. The world is preserved for the sake of 45 righteous persons. Chaldean, 92. 48. There have been 48 prophets in Israel, 48 cities were assigned to the Levites. 49. Moses received 49 reasons for the cleanness and uncleanness of each thing, so says the Talmud. 50. The number of the gates of Bina, Bin, the understanding. The Kabbalah states that even Moses only reached the 49th. See my, Sepher Vetzirah, 3rd edition, 1911. 58. Noah, NCH. 60. Aristotle stated that the crocodile lives naturally 60 years, and sits 60 days on 60 eggs. The Chinese have a time cycle of 60 years, and call it Kietse. The people of Malabar call this period Chitam. 60. The Talmud refers to 60 deadly drugs, and 60 sorts of wines. The sow bears her litter in 60 days. 6i. The number Ain, negative existence of the deity. 64. Aletheia, truth. 65. The number of Adonai, translated Lord, Adni, and of Hs, He's, keep silence. 67. The number of Bina, supernal mother, the third Sapphira. 70. The number of Sod, a secret doctrine and private assembly, the earliest name for the Kabbalah, also Ayin, Yain, wine, also meant a secret. 70. The rabbis considered that there were 70 nations, and Mordecai is said to have known 70 languages. The Jewish 70 years of the captivity are reckoned from their conquest by Nebuchadnezzar to the accession of Cyrus. 71. The number of the members of the Sanhedrin. 72 has a large number of mystic references, to the 72 angels bearing the names of God, derived from Exodus 14. 19, 20, 21, by the Kabbalists, there is an important set of 72 pentacles which, placed in pairs, forms a series of 36 talismans, CDR. Rud, the Lemegeton, Harlean Mizas, it is also the number of Chesed, CHSD, the Sapphira, mercy. 72. It is said that Ptolemy, king of Egypt, collected 72 Hebrew rabbis and confined each in a separate room, and ordered each to write out the Mosaic law, and that by the help of God each wrote out the same words. Megillah of the Talmud, 9. 1. This account is similar to that of Josephus and Aristeas, but different to that of Philo, hence the name Septuagint. 73. The number of Chokmah, Chkmh, wisdom, the second Sapphira. 78. The number of cards in a tarot pack, 40 numerals, are 6 court cards and 22 trumps. 79. Boaz, the left-hand brazen pillar at the entrance to Solomon's temple. 80. The number of Yesod, foundation, 9th Sapphira. 80. The venerable Rabbi Hillel had 80 pupils. 81. According to the Book of Rites of Chao Kung, BC 1112, an emperor of China should have 3 concubines of the first rank, 9 of the second, 27 of the third and 81 of the fourth rank. 90. Icon, Jachin, the right-hand pillar of Solomon's temple. 91 is the number of Amn and of Tetragrammaton Adonai, Iv, Adni. 96. According to Vitruvius, the natural height of a typical adult man is 96 digits, which equal 24 palms, or 6 feet. 99. The Mahometans have 99 names attributed to God. 100. This is the number of Mdvn, which means strife, and it is the beginning of 100 lawsuits. The Jerusalem Talmud, Bava Metzia, 85. 1, says that Rabbi Zerah fasted 100 times to enable him to forget the Talmud of Babylon, in favor of the Talmud of Jerusalem. Obadiah was considered worthy to be called prophet, because he concealed 100 prophets in a cave. 103. The family of Herod Asmoneus ruled Jewry 103 years. 120. For 120 years the secret vault of Christian Rosenkreutz remained unopened, as he had ordered, 1484 to 1604. The Shemane Esra, the 18 blessings, were composed by 120 elders. 130. The rabbis said that after the curse Adam fasted 130 years as a penance. This number is referred to Elijah, alive, and to the word prophet, Mbaya. These names number 120, add 10 to this, the number of letters. The Kabbalists make a mystical square, rectangle, or kamea of alive of 130 permutations, 10 by 13. 152, the number of Maria, the Greek name for Mary the Virgin, being 40, 1, 100, 10, 1 is equal to 152. 153. The number of the great fishes caught in an unbroken net by the apostles after the resurrection. 200, the number of the bones in the human body. 207. This is the number of Ein Sof, Ein Svp, the boundless, and or, Avr, light, and of Adonai Olam, Adni Avlam, Lord of the universe. 216, the cube of 6, 216 years, the period of the Pythagorean metempsychosis. 221. The cup of David in heaven contains 221 logs of wine, about 20 gallons, says the Talmud. 231, the sum of the numbers 1 to 21, the gates of the Sepher Vetzirah. 243, circles of Zoyer Anpin. The number of the permutations, without reversal of the Hebrew letters. Kalish. 248, there are 248 members of the body, says Talmud Iravin, 53. 2, and an anathema enters into all of them. The word chrm, accursed, is 248, but so is rchm, mercy. 252, it is said that the disciples of Rabbi Ishmael once dissected a low woman, and found she had 252 members, but it does not say what the extra ones were. 270, worlds of the Idra Rabbah, or Greater Holy Assembly. 271. The Talmud, in Niddah, says that the Hebrew woman's pregnancy lasted 271, 272 or 273 days. 280 days the term of natural pregnancy, human, 10 times the lunar 28-day period. 284, the number of Theos, God, in Greek letters. 294. Ecclesia, the church, and Rodon, the rose, and also Melchizedek, king of Salem. 300, Mithras. 300, the riches of Korah were so vast that it took 300 mules to carry them. There were 300 sorts of devils in Sikkim. The veil of the temple required 300 priests to draw it aside, and 300 to cleanse it. 314, the number of Shaddai, Shdai, and of Metatron, Trun. 318, Helios, the sun. 345, this is the number of El Shaddai, Alshdi, God Almighty. And of Shmh, Shema, the name of the absolute God, also of Msh, Moses, and Shlh, Shiloh. 358, the number of Messiah, Shich and Nchsh Nachash, the serpent symbol of life. 364. The name Satan, the Shathan, Shthan, contains 364, and all these days of each year he can tempt man, but not on the 365th, the Day of Atonement. 365, the Greek numeration of Abraxas, a Gnostic talismanic word. 365. Days of the year, negative Jewish precepts, dukes of Babylon, and streets in the city of Rome. 370, directions of the thought of Microprosopis. See Idra Rabbah, 5. 537. 373, Logos. 375, Shlmh, Solomon. 394. There were this number of law courts in the Jerusalem of the kingdom period. 400, the body of Joseph was carried 400 miles to burial. David is said to have had a guard of 400 young men who rode in golden chariots at the head of his army. 410. The first temple stood centio years, and the Second Temple 420. 474, the number of Dath, secret wisdom, the union of Chokmah and Bina. 496, the number of Makath, Mlkt, the kingdom, the 10th Sephirah. 500, Cosmos. 543. The number of the mystic name Ahai Asher Ahai, I am that I am, AHIHASHR AHIH. 550, Shmir, the Shamir, the magical insect which cut the stones for Solomon's temple. 608 is a very notable number, representing the sun. Martianus Capella, of the 5th century, says, the sun is called in Italy the god's soul, at the Nile, Serapis, at Memphis, Osiris, he is also Attis, Adonis at Byblos, and Ammon in Libya, also Typhon, Mithras, and Pluto. His holy name is of 3 letters, which number 608. In Chaldee and Hebrew 608 is Cham, or Ham, Chm, which also means, heat. In Greek YHS from UHS equals 400 plus 8 plus 200 is equal to 608. Tyre, TRCH, is also an example of 608. 612, Zeus. 613. The words Moses our Rabbi, MSHH Rabbinu, and Lord God of Israel, IHVHALHI Israel both number by Gematria 613. The 613 precepts of the Jewish law were delivered to Moses. David, it is said, reduced them to 11, and Isaiah to 6, and later to 2. Habakkuk to 1, viz., the just shall live by faith. 613 also refers to the holy garment which had 600 fringes, 8 threads and 5 knots. 620, the number of Kether, KTR, the crown, or first Sephirah. 622 years from the Christian era is the date of the Hijra, or flight of Muhammad from Mecca, from which year the Mohammedans reckon their calendar. 632 years AD is the foundation of the Persian mode of reckoning years, from their king Yezdegerd. 640 is Shemesh, the sun, SHMSH, MEM is water, place the 3 letters one above the other, and we get SH, fire, sun, rising above and sinking below the waters. 646, the total numeration of Elohim, or Alium Alim, being 1 plus 30 plus 5 plus 10 plus 600. Or avoiding the use of final MEM, we get 1 plus 30 plus 5 plus 10 plus 40, neglecting the tens 1 plus 3 plus 5 plus 1 plus 4, and placing these figures in a circle, we get the sequence 3. 1415, notable as the value of pi, or the relation of a diameter to circumference of every circle. Elohim is both a singular and a plural word. 650 has been referred by Godfrey Higgins to Noah, Menes, and Bacchus. Noah, in Hebrew, is NVCH or 64. 651 Teletai, the Greek ancient mysteries and episteme, science. 666 is the pet number of Godfrey Higgins, as referred to Razet, RSVT, 200 plus 60 plus 6 plus 400, which he insists means wisdom, or as most believe, beginning or principle. The first words of Genesis are Birazet, in the beginning. 666. The number of the beast, the number of a man, has been associated with Satan, Muhammad, the Pope and 100 others. It is also the number of SVRT, the Hebrew word for the sun. It occurs in Revelations 13. 18. 666 is also the diameter of a circle whose circumference is 2093, which is the diagonal of a square whose sides are 1480, the number of Christos. It is also the sum of the numbers 1 to 36. It is also the number of Syene in Greek, a place in Egypt at which, if a pit be dug, said Eratosthenes, the rays of the sun at the summer solstice shine perpendicularly into it. 700. The Talmud says there are 700 species of fishes, and in Iravin, 18. 1, it says that God plaited Eve's hair into 700 braids. 753 BC. The founding of the city of Rome. 753. The number alike of Abram with Sarai 243 and 510, and of Abraham with Sarah 248 and 505, the change which led to parenthood. 780, Ophis, serpent, and Sophia, wisdom. Sol is the number of Alpha and Omega, 1 plus 800, the peristera or dove, vehicle of the Holy Ghost, being 80 plus 5 plus 100 plus 10 plus 200 plus 300 plus 5 plus 100 plus 1 is equal to 801. 813 is the numeration of Ararita, a very important Kabbalistic word, its letters being collected from the initials of the sentence, one principle of his unity, one beginning of his individuality, his vicissitude is one, or so it is rendered by S. L. Mathers. 831, Paramis, a pyramid and phallos. 888, the number of Isis, Jesus, the great contrast with 666, the number of the beast. 891, Uranus, Omicron Upsilon Rho Alpha Nu Omicron, heaven. 903, the Talmud in Barakoth, 8. 1, says that there are 903 kinds of death, for by gematria of the word tutsot, which means outlets, see Psalm 68. 20, this number is obtained, thus T, 400, V, 6, TZ, 90, A, 1, V, 6, T, 400 is equal to 903. Death by the divine kiss is the euthanasia. Death from quinsy is said to be the worst form, a sort of suffocation long drawn out. 950, according to Genesis 9. V. 29 Noah lived 950 years. The great ages given in the book of Genesis to the patriarchs have long been a cause of doubt. Recent researches by a Hebrew scholar have led to the opinion that these high numbers did not mean our solar years, but years of 5 months of 30 days, and perhaps the earliest year was only 1 month. David spoke of 70 years as the length of human life. There was no such long period between Noah and David as could reduce human life by 11/12. 974. There were this number of generations from the writing of the law by the Holy One before he created man in the world. 999, at the judgment, although there be 999 who condemn a man, he shall be saved if one plead for him. 1000. The 1,000-headed serpent is Sesha or Ananta, the Hindoo emblem of eternity. 1000, the daughter of Pharaoh, whom Solomon married, told him of 1,000 forms of musical instruments and taught him the chants for all the idols. 1000 is the cube of 10, a symbol of perfection. Potiphar's wife tempted Joseph with 1,000 talents of silver, when her personal charms failed to move him. The thickness of the earth's crust is 1,000 ells, below this is an abyss of 15,000 ells. Sukkah, 53. 2. If you have a secret, tell it only to 1 in 1,000. 1004, BC. The consecration of Solomon's temple. 1081, the number of Tiphareth, the central Sapphira, the sun, beauty, Microprosopis, sun god. 1263, the number of the word gnosis. 1271, Henosis, the gnosis, and Storos, the cross of Jesus. 1322, first year of Egyptian cycle of Sothis, BC, Ramesses II. Came to the throne in this year, BC. 1378. The reputed year of the birth of Christian Rosenkreutz, founder of the Rosicrucian philosophy. 1408, Christian Rosenkreutz founded his arcane society in Germania. 1459, the date of the writing of the Hermetic Romance of the Chemical Wedding, by C. R. 1461, the Egyptian Sothic period, calculated by the heliacal rising of Sirius, the dog star, at the solstice. 1480. Christos, in Greek numeration, meaning anointed. According to the canon, this number exhibits an important measure of the cosmos, and was the foundation of the scientific pantheism upon which Christian theology was built. It was a part of the gnosis and was derived from the priestly astronomers of Egypt. 1484, Christian Rosenkreutz died, the vault closed over his body and the secrets of the order he had founded. 1604, the vault of C are opened by his successors after 120 years of secret study and benevolence. 1614. The Fama Fraternitatis Rosi Crucis was printed. 1717, Grand Lodge of Freemasons was founded. 1752, New Year's Day changed from March 25 to January 1. 1865. Frater Robert Wentworth Little founded the Rosicrucian Society of Freemasons of England, in its present form. 1885, Dr. William Robert Woodman became Supreme Magus. 1892, Dr. William Wynn Westcott became Supreme Magus. 1911, this year AD, is the 5013th year of the Kali Yuga of the Hindu sages. This yuga is to continue 432,000 years. 2000, a Sabbath day's journey was 2,000 paces. Rabbi Gamaliel had a tube made which, when he looked through, he could see objects at 2,000 cubits distance. This is the earliest suggestion of the telescope. Iravin, 43. 2. 2368, the Greek number of Isis Christos. 3000. Rav Hamuna says that Solomon spoke 3,000 proverbs. At the mourning for Moses 3,000 precepts were forgotten. 3102, in BC 3102, in February the Kali Yuga, the Black Age of humanity began, according to the Brahmins. 3761. The Jewish era was calculated to commence 3761 years before the Christian era. 4,231 years after the dispersion, said Rashi, the Jews will be restored to their own land. 4291, after these years the wars of Gog and Magog will cease, says the Talmud. 5888, the number of verses in the Pentateuch, says the Kiddushin, but they are usually counted as 5845. 6000, the world was intended to last 6,000 years, Wu years of disorder, 2,000 of the law, and Wu more before Messiah should come. But his coming has been delayed by our iniquities, so says the Talmudic treatise. Sanhedrin, 97. 1. 25,000. According to Ezekiel, the mystical city of Jerusalem was surrounded by a square space measuring 25,000 roods in length, and this he called the Holy Oblation, and it was for the use of the priests, the sons of Zadok. 3. 14159, the value of IR, the ratio of diameter to circumference of a circle. Bode's law is a curious arithmetical and astronomical problem. These show the relation of the ancient planets to the Sun, as to distance, in the order Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus. The planet corresponding to 28 is missing, and seems to be replaced by the asteroids. Uranus was discovered in 1781. The Platonic year, or Great Period, according to Tycho Brahe, is 25,816 years, Ricciolus, 25,920 years, Cassini, 24,800 years. Norman Lockyer now gives 24,450 years. It is the period of time determined by the revolution of the equinoxes, or the space of time wherein the stars and constellations return to their former places in respect to the equinoxes by means of a constant precession. The equinoxes moving backwards or westwards, meet the sun constantly earlier. In the time of the oldest Greek observations, the equinoxial points were in the first stars of Aries and Libra respectively, they are now in Pisces and Virgo. When these names were given, the sun entered Aries at the vernal equinox, and sign and constellation coincided. Now they do not, so do not be confused by our still calling the first sign of spring Aries, although the sun is now really at such time in Pisces, every 2,160 years the sign is changed. Precedent to Aries, the sun at the vernal equinox entered Taurus. The Apocalyptic Numbers. First Resurrection, Revelation XX. 5. Second Death, XX. 14, 2 Witnesses, 11. 3. 2 Olive Trees, 2 Candlesticks before Throne of God of the Earth, 11. 4. 2 Horned Beast who spoke like a dragon, 13. 11, his number is 666. 3 Woes, 9. 12. 1/3 part of vegetation killed, 8. 7 Dew of sea became blood, and dew. Of fish died, 8. 8 dew. Of waters became bitter, 8. 11 dew. Of sun, moon, stars, 8. 12. 3.5 days, bodies lay unburied, 21. 9. 4 quarters of the earth, XX. 8. 4 beasts, full of eyes and have 6 wings, 4. 6 to 9, beasts should be living beings. W. 4 horses, white, red, pale, black. 4 horns of the golden altar before God, 9. 13. 4 angels of the Euphrates, 9. 14. 4 angels of the winds of the 4 corners of the earth, 7. 1. 5 months the locusts had power to hurt men, 9. 5 to 10. 6 wings of the beasts, living beings, full of eyes, 4. 8. 7 churches, 20. 7 candlesticks, 20. Represent the 7 churches. 7 stars, 20, 2. 1, represents 7 angels of the churches. 7 angels of the churches, 20. 7 lamps stand near the throne, 4. 5. 7 seals, v5, opened by the Lamb, produce 4 horses, etc. 7 trumpets, 8. 2, given to 7 angels. 7 thunders utter their voices, x3. 7 plagues held by 7 angels, 15. 1. 7 vials of wrath, 15. 7. 7 spirits of God, v6. 7 horned and 7-eyed lamb, v6, near the throne are the 7 spirits of God. 7-headed and 10-horned scarlet beast, on which is a woman, 17. 3. 7-headed and 10-horned dragon with 7 crowns, 12. 3. 7-headed and 10-horned beast rose out of sea, 13. 1. 10 crowns on 10 horns of beast which had 7 heads, 13. 1. 10-horned dragon with 7 heads, 12. 3. 10-horned beast with 7 heads rose out of sea, 13. 1. 10-horned scarlet beast with 7 heads, on which was a woman, 17. 3. 12 tribes of Israel. 12 apostles of the Lamb, 21. 14. 12 gates of the New Jerusalem, 12 angels guarding them, 21. 12. 12 foundations of the walls of the New Jerusalem. 12 stars on the head of the woman, 12. 1. 12 sorts of fruit on the tree of life, 22. 2. 24 elders around the throne, on 24 seats, 4. 4 to 10. 42 months the Gentiles tread over the outer court of temple, 11. 2. 42 months the 7-headed beast to have power to blaspheme, 13. 5. 144 cubits, the height of the walls of the New Jerusalem, 21. 17. 666, the number of the beast. 1,000 years, the dragon bound 4, XX. 2 to 3. 1,000 years, souls of the faithful to live and reign, XX. 4. 1,260 days, the 2 witnesses prophesy, 11. 3. 1,260 days, the woman to be in the wilderness, 12. 6. 12,000 of each tribe chosen. 12,000 furlongs, length of the sides of the New Jerusalem, 21. 16. 144,000 chosen from the whole of the tribes. 100 million, or 10,000 times 10,000 angels, round the throne, v. 11.